Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sound check. Okay. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of participants online, but very few in the room because people are still taking their coffee. So I just want to say a quick hello to everybody online and let you know if you give us another 5 minutes, we're especially getting the startups in the room. Sound check. This event is for them today. Okay. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of participants online also doing sound, but very few in the room because people are still taking their coffee. So I just want to say a quick hello to everybody online and let you know if you give us another 5 minutes, we're especially getting the startups in the room. Sound check. This event is for them today. Okay. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of Really start here a little bit late, but I hope that's okay with everyone. And anyone who is in the lobby having coffee, if you could please come in and take your seats. All right, I'd like to invite my colleague George to the stand, and we will officially kick off the program. We start here a little bit late, but I hope that's okay with everyone. And anyone who's in the lobby having and we will officially kick off the program.
Moving to the room, we need to get started. We're quite a few minutes behind. Okay, so my name is George Masila. I will be assisting Anna with the moderation and emceeing of today. I work at C4D Lab, part of the Secretariat for the African Mobility Initiative, who have brought us here today. So basically, I'm the comms lead there, and I champion a couple of initiatives like the communication and outreach and marketing initiatives as well. So we want to get started, and first off is introductory remarks by the Army Administrative Support Team. Here we'll have Dr. Tonya Mwansa, who will be joining us from a different location, but we have his video ready. So apart from that, the next bit is we'll be welcoming Daniel Moza, who is a team member at GIZ, I think head of programs at the Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative. So that's how we'll go about the first parts. Then from there, we'll go into a keynote address by Ms. Maimuna. But even before that, I believe my colleague here, Anna, will mention something. So we can just get started with the address from Dr. Tonya Mwansa. Thank you. Okay, so as that comes up, maybe we can...
Hi, my name is Dr. Tonya Mwansa.
Good, let's proceed, let's proceed.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tonio Mwansa, and I am speaking to you from Nairobi, Kenya. It was my great desire to be physically present during the Army Summit, but for technical reason, I had to travel out of town, and so I thought I'll do some pre-recorded video. So for the last several years, we've actually been active in trying to promote acceleration programs that support mobility startups that are addressing mobility challenges. About 3 years or so is when we started under C4D Lab, University of Nairobi, to run an acceleration program with support from GIZ. At that time, the program was called TUMI Accelerator. And we picked a set of startups, which were about 6, but later on added to 8. And we ran an experiment of startups in Kenya that were addressing the mobility challenge. After graduation of that cohort, where we also worked closely with the UN Habitat, we worked closely with Uber, we worked closely with the county government and the University of Nairobi, among other partners. We organized a graduation ceremony at the end of that cohort, and we got attention of other partners who are also interested in supporting this program. And that's how we started working again closely with the WRI and Shell Foundation in designing a more comprehensive program that could also support startups. So this time around, we spanned out and admitted startups from Uganda and some from Kenya. So we were trying to grow it into, a Pan-African kind of movement. So we called it now Africa Mobility Initiative. Within the Africa Mobility Initiative, some of our aspirations are to build a community of mobility enthusiasts. In addition, we run an accelerator, and also we do quite some dissemination of mobility relevant innovations and so forth. Now, there's a lot of work that is going on in East Africa on mobility, and the Army is kind of benefiting and supporting some of that work. So during this acceleration period, we've had a total of 9 startups being involved in the program. We've had a number of mentors from across the globe. We've also had a number of partners supporting the initiative. Of course, COVID distracted us a little bit, and we've had to innovate in the process. But we've learned quite a lot through this whole process. We staggered it a little longer, and we innovated on, running our mentorship programs online, organizing seminars and workshops online. And whenever we had a little bit of an opening, we were able to organize immersion trips in Kenya, and we would bring the startups from Uganda to Kenya and vice versa. And the startups have had an opportunity to interact, learn from each other, grow, until now we are at a point of graduation. Our desire and hope is that the startups will, genuinely give feedback that says that they have benefited from the program. They've built new relationships, they've strengthened the relationships between themselves, and they've actually improved on their products and services. And our hope is that, into the future, we may pick the lessons that we've learned and share to a broader community, and they may also inform the future programs that we're going to run. Not only in mobility, but in other areas. Now, my current position is I am the CEO of Kenya National Innovation Agency, which is a government agency that was set up to support and nurture and promote innovation in the country. And for that simple reason, we're very interested to figure out how might we extend these initiatives, into not only, the same countries that we've worked with, and probably even more startups, but also to go Pan-African and strengthen the innovation agenda in the region. There are challenges in mobility, but there are solutions as well. And private sector is very interested in being part of it. And probably what we need now more is government support and nurturing, then some of these innovations can thrive. So for today, I really wish you all an amazing experience. I really wanted to be here and spend time because I've worked on this program for several months and years, to get it here. But due to other engagements that were a bit abrupt, made it difficult for me to stay on. So I've had to travel out of town. I look forward to probably coming towards the end of the day as part of the closing ceremony and be part of the celebration as we award the winner and the runners-up, and also inspire everyone else to move forward beyond here. All the best, and I wish you well. Until next time, bye. It's Tony. Hi, my name is Dr. Tony Mwansa, and I am speaking to you from Nairobi, Kenya.
Thank you.
It is my great desire to be physically present in
we should be seeing Tony
summit,
in person later
for
today. But with that, I'd like to give a few remarks about the AMI program. This has taken place over the last 8 months. So it'll provide a little bit of background for some of the new people in the room, and also hopefully some reflection for those of us who have been involved. I'll start by saying today's event is a celebration. There are 8 transportation companies, these are startups, who were selected from over 100 applicants in Uganda and Kenya because their ideas, business models, and proof of concept for solving some of the most difficult urban transport challenges in East Africa were good. As part of the jury who interviewed these companies, I can tell you the interview process was extremely rigorous. The applicants were required to share a lot of information, their mission, their goals, their financials, information about their employees and how they wanted to grow in the future. And they even created videos trying to sell their products. We had 3 rounds of interviews. In each round, we continued to shortlist the companies. And we even did site visits to make sure these companies were real. And we tested their transport services. They didn't know this, but we actually tested all of their services as urban residents. So from World Resources Institute perspective, something that we've seen over the last 8 months is that the founders and staff of these companies, they're not just in this to make a profit. I can tell you, from everything we've seen, there are people that care about making change in the city and providing an urban environment which is safer, cleaner, more inclusive, and more efficient to move around. Yes, Tony described this as the second mobility accelerator in East Africa. And something that we have seen that was very unique about this accelerator is it was really tailored to the needs of the people participating. So there was a lot of reflection that happened between the first accelerator in 2019, which was just for Kenyan companies, and the program we've had over the last 8 months. We listened to the companies' needs. We asked them what they wanted to learn, what gaps in their skill and knowledge base was, and we designed a program that would meet those, fill those gaps and give additional skills. And we did this through a series of 8 seminars from October last year until today, and 2 immersions where companies came together to really go in the field and study the existing conditions. And I think perhaps the most successful part of this program was the mentorship aspect. So we invited the partners of AMI, reached out to our networks, and we invited very successful and experienced entrepreneurs and professionals to be a mentor to these companies. And I'm honored by the quality of mentors and also their care and their dedication to this program, and you'll meet them this afternoon. But each company had 2 mentors, and they've been having weekly or bi-weekly meetings with the mentors over the last 8 months. So for today, as part of the celebration, we've invited some famous and influential people. Some of them are in person in the room and some of them are online, to come celebrate with us. So I'd like to acknowledge those people in the room. So first, at the back of the room, we have Dr. Winnie Matula from the University of Nairobi. She is a professor at the university, but she's also very accomplished in the transport sector. And she's someone I've known since I was in university here at Nairobi. So I have a lot of respect for her and I'm honored she joined us. And then I'd also like to acknowledge Edwin Mkabana. He's from the Kenya Bus Service, and he also serves as the chair of the Federation of African Transport. So we're very honored for you to join us today, Edwin. And then we have at the same table in the back, Beatrice Muthoni, who is from the Infroco. It's an investment company that invests in infrastructure. So thank you, Beatrice, for joining. We will be having online someone from the Kenya Ministry of Transportation join us, as well as the Executive Director of UN Habitat. And they'll be telling us about how they see mobility in the future. And we'll be having two panel discussions. So one panel discussion is focused on finance. How can companies get more money? And in our experience in the last 8 months, this is the most popular topic. Every time we had a session on finance or some investor mentorships, all of the startups, this is one of the most pressing needs. And then the second panel, which is actually my passion and area of interest, is about why companies should be working with multiple stakeholders across the city to create the change that we need to see. So transport cannot be solved in silo, and it really does require thinking at the urban ecosystem level and planning at that level. And lastly, at the end of the day, we are going to hear each startup do their pitch. So we've invited a group of esteemed and incredibly experienced jurors to judge these startups in their pitch. They're going to be looking for which startup has the most innovative problem and solution match. They'll be looking at the most profitable potential of the startup. Is the startup scalable, and is it offering a stable product? One of the startups of the 8 is going to walk out of this room with a, Liflone, correct me, this is wrong, $25,000 USD prize. So everyone should become that person's friend. Be nice to all the startups because we don't know who's going to win yet, but one person you want to really be nice to. The second place winner will receive 10,000 USD prize. And we are going to have a popular vote also. So we are going to vote online and in person, and you can send out the code to your friends about the People's Choice startup. Which startup do we like best as an urban resident? So I encourage everyone to take a coffee, relax, and enjoy this reflection on the past 8 months. And congratulations to all the startups who are here today. And thank you to all the guests who are joining us, both online and in person. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand it back over to George.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that. So now we're going to bring on board Daniel Mosa to give us a key remark on the foundation's achievements and aspirations for the African Mobility Initiative, which originally started off as the Transformative Urban Mobility Accelerator. So, Daniel, kindly.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very well.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm very, very happy to be here and to be able to be here live, though not in person. And very, very thankful also for all the work which has been accomplished over the last years. Let me just give you a quick recap of why we are here and a little bit of a perspective from my side on the journey which we had in the past years, which first led to the Transformative Mobility Accelerator and then to the AMI. So first of all, my name is Daniel Moser. I'm the management head of TUMI. TUMI is an initiative funded by the German government, and we do support cities around the world towards solving sustainable urban mobility challenges. So we do this by working in 3 distinct fields of action. So first of all, we do work through consulting and services, where we support cities and city makers towards solving their challenges. Second, we support through finance, where we help cities and city makers to finance the infrastructure of the sustainable mobility future. And the third aspect where we support cities and city makers is through innovation. And right about 4 years ago, I was in Nairobi, had a good conversation with UN Habitat, and we were thinking about potential fields of action where we could take innovation forward very quickly in Kenya and in the East Africa region, really. So my colleague Stephanie from UN Habitat mentioned Tony Onwansa and that I should get to know him. And we met him, and we had that idea around the Startup Accelerator. And that really was the beginning of a story where we together went on the journey. And I think through the great work of Tony and his team, we've seen so many great things happening over the last years with the first cohort of startups coming to graduation, and now with the AMI, bringing Shell Foundation on board was really a major step also. And throughout the whole history we shared together, we could work very closely with UN Habitat and many other institutions around Kenya and East Africa. So thank you very much for all the partners, and first and foremost for the team at the Accelerator and at AMI that have made all of that possible. But I would also like to thank the startups which have been part of that journey. We know that this was a rigorous process, getting first accepted into AMI is a great success, and then moving through the stages, receiving the mentoring, and finally now having this being here at the day where it culminates in a prize is a great moment for a startup. I myself am a startup founder in the past, and I know what you've been going through, and I especially know that dear feeling which you have when you create something your own. So congrats to taking on this journey, and really congrats to also tackling the most important challenges in the transport sector by finding creative, new and innovative solutions towards sustainable mobility in East Africa. I'm really happy to be here, and I do think that I would like to listen to some of the startups to see what they have to tell, to learn about their stories, and really, I'm curious to hear what's up there, and happy to hear more over the next hours. Thank you very much.
Comprehensive remark in regards to where the African Mobility Initiative came from, right from the original days of the TUMI Accelerator up to now. So up next, we're going to hear a remark by Madam Maimuna Mod Sharif. She's the Executive Director at UN Habitat. So she was not able to join us here, but to make sure that she's represented, maybe we can just talk about her. So basically, Ms. Maimuna, as the Executive Director of UN Habitat, has focused on reforming and rejuvenating the agency, mobilizing for internal and external support for the organization's restructuring and the new strategic plan, which stretches from 2020 to 2023. So the key initiatives undertaken by Ms. Sharif as the Executive Director of UN Habitat include the adoption of the General Assembly resolution, and after 14 years of negotiation, which established a new governance structure with universal membership, governed by the UN Habitat Assembly. So prior to this appointment, Ms. Sharif was the mayor of the City Council of Penang, Iceland, Malaysia. So in 2011, she was the first woman to be appointed president of the Municipal Council of Seberang Perai. And as mayor of a local authority, she led the Municipal Council of Seberang Perai to achieve its vision of a cleaner, greener, safer, and healthier place to work, to live, to invest in, and to play. So Ms. Sharif began her career as a town planner at the Municipal Council of Penang Island, and here we are. So bring on board Ms. Maimuna.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open by thanking the Africa Transformative Mobility Accelerator for organizing the Africa Mobility Summit. UN Habitat is pleased to be a partner in this important event, as well as the affiliated Startup Acceleration Program. It has been a pleasure to work with the University of Nairobi, C4D Lab, Shell Foundation, World Resources Institute, Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative, GIZ, and most importantly, all the amazing innovators and startups present today. The world is rapidly urbanizing. Today, already 55% of the world's population live in urban areas, a proportion that is expected to increase to 68% by 2050. 90% of this increase will be taking place in Asia and Africa. Africa is also anticipating a substantial growth in the number of youth over the next decades who will be moving to cities to seek for employment opportunities. This rapid urbanization puts a severe strain on the already overburdened mobility systems in Africa cities. More people add to an increased demand for transport, and many cities are unable to cater for that. Policies and transport investments are often focused on large infrastructure for private cars. However, experience shows that simply building more infrastructure would encourage more cars. Investments in sustainable and safe urban transport, particularly infrastructure for walking and cycling, or the modernization of public transport, have been slow in many African countries, although non-motorized transport accounts for most trips in these countries. As a result, cities are faced with traffic congestion, road safety concern, air and noise pollution, as well as greenhouse gas emissions, leading to severe economic losses and strongly affecting population health. Looking into the future, the world seems to be moving would certainly be a part of such a smart mobility system and play a crucial role in the fight against climate change. In essence, smart mobility combines digital technologies, data, and innovation in making transport systems more sustainable and accessible. Big data and the Internet of Things offer new ways for transport planners to make informed decisions. Digital transport mapping is improving public transport operations as well as provide real-time information for commuters. Mobility as a service application offers seamless interconnectivity between different transport modes. When we talk about smart mobility, we must also talk about the digital divide. While half of the world's population is connected to the internet, the other half is not. Amongst the world's 47 least developed countries, more than 80% of the population is still offline. Women are less likely than men to use digital technologies, and groups already at risk of marginalization are particularly negatively impacted. For example, people with disabilities, the elderly, and the urban poor. When we talk about smart mobility in the new urban agenda, the world's framework for cities for the next 15 years, we are not talking about big flyovers and highways, flying vehicles or driverless cars. We are rather talking about cities where everyone has adequate access to jobs, education, and other opportunities through efficient, safe, and affordable transport systems. We are also talking about transport systems that use energy efficiently and aim for a zero carbon footprint. But most importantly, we are talking about cities that are inclusive and where the poor and the vulnerable groups enjoy the benefits of urbanization. In essence, a mobility system can only be smart if it is inclusive. The great potential of smart technologies and mobility is also coming to light during the current COVID-19 pandemic. There are some innovative solutions emerging from Africa. For example, the cashless payments for a trip on a minibus. This will be made possible by the digital payment revolution on the continent. It is encouraging to see that according to current projections, the share of electric transport is gradually increasing across the world. By 2030, some estimates illustrate that electric vehicles, including public transport vehicles, will make up more than a third of all vehicle sales. UN Habitat is working with cities and industry to promote innovation and smart mobility initiative. Besides partnering in the Startup Acceleration Program with the University of Nairobi, we are also working through private-public partnerships on the transitions towards electric mobility and mobility as a service applications in 10 countries around the world, including in Rwanda and Tanzania. In Ethiopia, we are supporting the government on a digital interactive platform for citizen engagement on the setup of a bicycle sharing scheme. As the coordinating agency for sustainable urbanization issues within the UN system, UN Habitat will continue to support national and local governments to create people-focused and citizen-driven smart cities. We will also continue our work with startups because we believe that you can make a positive contribution to the sustainable mobility agenda. Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I think I need some audio here. Thank you so much for that. So a clap for Ms. Maimuna, kindly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So up next, we'll bring on board Engineer Michael Mushiri, who is a civil engineer at the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. So as we get him up, maybe for the sake of the audience who are in this room, I can just make one announcement. So in case you're struggling with Wi-Fi, kindly look to the left and the right as well. You'll be able to see a post on that. So logging into the Wi-Fi called Crown Plaza. The username is Tana, everything lowercase, and the password is as simple as 123. So as we bring on board engineer, it's also important to note that the conversation is still ongoing on social media. You can use the hashtag Africa Mobility Summit on Twitter and tag at C4D Lab, tag at Tumi Initiative, tag at Shell Foundation, and tag at UN Habitat as well, and of course WRI, World Resources Institute. So it's at WRI Resource Center. Okay, so let's just confirm whether we have engineer on board. Maybe engineer, yes, Michael Mushiri. Good. I think I see him. So good, here we go. So Michael Mushiri, just before you come on board, let me take the honor to say something nice about you, because after all, you're an amazing person. Okay, maybe I think I'm missing my slide on that. But engineer, you can just proceed and say something awesome about yourself just before you proceed with the slides. We'll be projecting them for you, but if you feel like you're able to do that from your end, well and good. Kindly, engineer.
Thank you. My name is Michael Mushiri. My background is civil engineering. And I am based at the Ministry of Transport and State Department of Transport in particular. And my role is technical in terms of advisory services to the State Department of Transport and the Ministry of Transport as a whole. So I'm happy to be here. I've worked with some of you before. That's all I can say. Thank you. So do I go ahead? Hello, can you hear? Do I go ahead and present?
You're able to put the slides up from your end, or we put this from this side?
We could do from, let's try from this end first.
Okay, well and good, then proceed.
Can you see my screen? I don't know whether you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I think it's supposed to be coming up.
That's okay. I think to save on time, maybe you can share it from your end.
Yes, we're going to do that. So in the next weekend, it should be up.
Okay. But basically what we shall be looking at in this presentation is, I want to trigger your minds on to look around for gaps and okay. Yeah, there you are. So basically, yeah, thank you. the topic for today is how private sector startups can work with government to support mobility initiatives. In other words, how does government and private sector work together and create synergy to support mobility initiatives? And I hope by the end of this presentation, I'll have spurred you to look around and see that there are gaps within our transportation systems, and you as startups that you can venture into, and I will encourage you to venture into new frontiers. Next slide. Now, as you're all aware, mechanisms of travel are many: walking, cycling, push carts, animal, motorcycle, bus, lorry, train, aircraft, boat, conveyor belts, pipeline, space travel. However, we tend to concentrate in our startups on public service vehicles and also the train systems, whether you're talking of the light rail system or you're talking about the metro. So BRT, train, that is where our startups concentrate on. But there are other areas which I think once people are aware, they will get into them. Thank you. Next. And even in our charts, the kind of charts we use to present what constitutes as transportation, this is the typical chart. One of the items missing is persons living with disability. As the executive director, UN Habitat, Maimuna Sharif said, our transportation system must be inclusive. So let's not forget the vulnerable groups. Let's think, how can we assist them better? What can we innovate to make their mobility easier and cheaper? Next. In 2002, as you're all aware, in Kenya, we had a new president, and the entire Kenya was not ready for a president on a wheelchair. So there were challenges in the first few months when the president was on a wheelchair. So, and that's why we are saying our transportation system has to have what we call universal access. And universal access includes equity, which includes persons with disabilities. And for them, it's a human rights. For them, it's participation. And for them, it's inclusiveness. Next. The mandate of Ministry of Transport, you all know, is to create an enabling environment for private sector to thrive. That is basically it, to create policy and regulations and laws for a thriving private sector. Thank you. Next. And the instruments we use to create those initiatives are anchored in our constitution. We also have the Kenya Vision 2030. We've already done medium-term plan 1, medium-term plan 2, and medium-term plan 3 is about to end. The plan period is about to end. So we will shortly begin medium-term plan 4, beginning the year 2023. The other instrument we use is the Integrated National Transport Policy. This document was done around about 2010, but formalized in 2012. That means it is more than 10 years old and ready or ripe for review. So there are many things that have changed within the decade, so the policy needs review. And the other important component is that under the last two bullets, under the Nairobi City County government, we, together with others, of course, they were able to provide a non-motorized transport policy in 2015. And last year, during the COVID lockdown, they were able to produce a design manual for non-motorized transport. And the beauty about these two documents, they are inclusive because people with disabilities and vulnerable groups are included. Next. Now, this is a chart showing the agencies that deal with transportation, all domiciled under the Ministry of Transport. They look many, and when they are many, sometimes they can be intimidating. The top left are generally road agencies, The bottom left, maritime agencies. The top right are the Nairobi County, the NAMATAs, Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Below them, we have a resident umbrella association, Kenya Alliance of Resident Association. And bottom right, we have the aviation sector. 4 startups. Look at any of those, and then look at all of them and see and look for your entry point. And do not be intimidated by the numbers. The Ministry of Transport headquarters will assist you to navigate the paths where this need be. Next. Next slide. Hello. Next slide. Can you hear me?
I think, Engineer, we've lost you temporarily. You seem to be.
Okay, apologies.
You're back.
Okay, apologies. The slide before that. The slide before, yes. As the Executive Director, UN Habitat said, population is growing very rapidly. And the last bullet is key, that innovation will be the necessary intervention, because by the year 2050, Nairobi will have 14 million people. And 14 million is the size of Cairo, Egypt today, or Lagos, Nigeria. So innovation will be key in addressing the rapid urbanization. Next slide. This is an innovation. You have tourists who need to get from dry land to a boat before they can go for their safari. And this is an ox-driven cart that is able to deliver them into the boat without them stepping on the water. An innovation. The next one is another innovation, which you're all aware, the flip-floppy boat, where plastics, solid waste was used to prepare that boat, and in the process participated in a circular economy. The next one, again, necessity is a mother of innovation. We need startups to look at this and see, should we continue this way or should we change? Next. This one is support from government. These are just evidence. This is the gentleman called Lincoln Wamai, who has been developing motorized wheelchairs. He was given support by the then Cabinet Secretary, Industry and Trade. The next one is we have local assembly and local manufacture of an internal combustion engine. They were given government support right from the top because it's local assembly and local manufacture. Next. Again, we do have retrofits. We do have the Miraa vehicles. These are, they change all the suspensions and all the tires for the tough work that those vehicles do. And the next one is motorcycles. This is a motorcycle that carries cargo. We have the electric motorcycle. Can it carry the same level of cargo as the current ICE motorcycles? That's the question, innovation there. These are the diesel multiple units, which are now in operation. They were given support right from the top. Next. The diesel multiple units, they were 11 in number, imported from Spain. And why they were imported from that particular Spanish island of Mallorca was because they were meter gauge railway similar to ours. They're secondhand, they're refurbished. Again, they were given support right from the top. Again, for need for standards and specification, the bus on the left was made by General Motors. The bus on the right, I think, was a direct import. What are the standards and specifications that we need to use? Again, this is a standards and specification of a four-tire vehicle, BJ50. It received mixed reception, but there it is, designed in Laikipia, supported by the county government of Laikipia. Next. This is a water bus in Lake Victoria, supported by the county government of Kisumu. It does the trips from port to port, beach management units in Lake Victoria. Next. Again, we have Opibus, who have done an electric tourist service vehicle. the usual challenges of kilometers per full cycle, the location of charging infrastructure, how much can it carry? Next. Again, we have a Nopia Ride, who are 100% electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We are having challenges of interoperability, where you have this company, they are charging plugs, look this way. Then we have the Kenyan who built the first local aircraft. Again, we don't support something if it is not safe enough, but we do acknowledge innovation. Next. Research and development costs money. And sometimes research and development tells us what not to do. That should not stop us from funding. We had an attempt on Thika Road. We have an attempt here in Aruro Road. Both of them are not quite achieving their purpose, but we must continue funding research and development. Next. This one was the rollout of the electric bikes. This is it's now finishing 2 months since they were rolled out. Again, it's research and development, it's costing money, it's data collection, it's analysis, and all of that funding is required. Next. Now, government gives certain financial incentives since 2018, particularly for electric motor vehicles. There are certain incentives, and high capacity internal combustion engine vehicles, they are being sanctioned through taxation. Next. The gig economy, these are the people designing the apps and the application softwares within the transport economy, and there are many. Government is supporting them, as Omwansa said, and there are very many, and there's one every 6 months or so. Next. Then the payment systems for public service vehicles. You remember the launch of the 1963 card. It was given government support from the very top. Next. Again, we have, this is Beba Pay from Equity and the other cashless card systems. There are very many, and we support all of them. Now, one of the questions that has been coming up, can't we have one card that you can be able to pay in all PSVs and in the bus rapid transit systems and in the commuter railway? But the card designers and the startups are saying monopoly is not good. The more, the merrier, which we agree. Next. Now, automatic traffic signals and traffic control, that is cameras and lights. It's coming, it's been here for some time now. Next. When it was first launched a few years ago, the whole of government gave it the necessary support. As you can see, everybody was there. There was even no space to sit. It was just standing room. And private sector is the one who installed it, and private sector is doing the background in terms of softwares, in terms of maintenance. You may not see them. And startups can look into this and see how to improve it, how to grow it, how to modernize it. Next. Again, as the executive director, UN Habitat said, the more roads you have, you only succeed in generating more traffic. So going forward, much as we are doing the Nairobi Expressway toll road, we are looking into more of mass rapid transit systems, whether they be bus-based or train-based. Next. Now, we also have on the national highways interconnecting cities, rest stops and roadside stations. There's space for some businesses and for startups where they can participate even in their logistics and in providing certain services. And as you are aware, last week we operationalized the first berth at Lamu Port. It is now ready for business. However, we are still looking for logistics services providers, and we are welcoming all startups and PPPs. Next. That is my last slide. All we are saying is there are many opportunities in the many sectors of transport, where startups need to come and look and see how they can get in, how they can assist, how they can innovate, and even make a profit out of it. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you, Engineer Muchiri. That was actually fascinating. You had a really thoughtful and very knowledgeable overview of innovation in transport. So I think you've summarized the past and the future of transport innovation here in Kenya. I'd like to open the floor for just a couple questions because I know you're a very busy man and we have your time, so let's take advantage of it. If anyone has a question, you can raise your hand. If not, I can kick off the first question. Okay. So one question that we receive at WRI a lot is how do these ideas and the people behind these ideas approach government? And we were talking yesterday about the difference between a formal industry association and the formal modes of communications, and then the startup environment where you often have, a person with a laptop wearing shorts pitching up to a meeting and kind of hustling someone at the door. And so from your perspective, do you welcome that type of communication, or how do you get to learn about these efforts that you just mentioned?
I would encourage them to just walk in. You have my email, you can email me, or you walk in, you come, we discuss informally. If you try to make it formal for startups, it's a bit discouraging for the young people. The young people don't want that. They want to walk in, talk with you, discuss with you, and make an immediate decision. Most welcome. Please come.
Thank you. I think you might have some people at your door on Monday.
Most welcome. Give them my email address.
If there's any questions online too, we have someone monitoring, so you're welcome to type them in on Zoom. But I'll take any questions from the room that someone might have. And for the startups, this is a good opportunity for networking. Yes, please, Dr. Matula in the back.
Wondering how you pull together all those stakeholders that you listed in your earlier PowerPoint and lower PowerPoint, because stakeholder engagement is not an easy thing. And if you leave the ones you've showed in the first and the last paragraph, last PowerPoint, how about the innovators? And we have very many of them. In fact, the ones that we'll be having here are just a glimpse of them. A lot of them are struggling to get to be part of the 8 or the 12 that we have. How do we work with them directly? Or is it that they have to come, or is there where we can tell them, get to this platform and then you will be supported?
Let me say, at the moment, we do not have a formal platform. And I do agree with you that there is a multiplicity of players, and there's a bit of bureaucracy. So what I can say is we need to start somewhere by them coming. And the first startup I dealt with was from a group called iHub. And they walked in and we discussed, and they were trying to do a map for Nairobi. They were trying to look at the traffic control systems, and we did engage. But the first thing is to make them aware, and maybe in future we create forums where we can actually meet together face to face and find a way where we can have constant engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the room? We have another one in the back.
Hello.
And if you can say your name and where you're from. Thank you.
So I'm Penina Ndegwa. I'm from ITDP. And my question is actually about the ticketing systems. You mentioned about monopoly, that monopoly is not good. And personally, I feel like in the wake of COVID-19, ticketing was, we needed that because, money changing hands, especially in public transport systems, exposed commuters, to contacting coronavirus. And that would have been a very good opportunity to see that system being rolled out. My concern is when you say that the more the merrier. I'm concerned that as a commuter, I'll be required to have maybe 4 types of cards that I'll have to use before, if I'm using maybe KBS and they're using a different system, and then I have to go to another location where maybe they're using Equity, you'll end up having so many cards. And that for me as a commuter may not good. And maybe that could be the reason as to why we don't have anything to show as far as ticketing is concerned. So I wanted to know, is it really good to have, is it like, I love the Safaricom and the 1954. So don't you think having one system, like now that we have harmonized at least M-Pesa in a way, is it possible to have at least one mainstream ticketing system in the country that can be used for all public transport commuters? And also, can that be a system for even regulating fares? Because we know very well in Nairobi, when it rains, I may end up paying more fares compared to, you may charge depending on the mood of the conductor. So can that also be a system of regulating fares? Thank you.
Good question. Good question. If you sometime back, I don't know about now, but in London, there is a card called Oyster. When you arrive at the airport, the Oyster card will take you from the airport and into the London Metropolitan Transit System. One card, Oyster. It would be good even here in Kenya. I agree with you. If we can use either the 1963 card, but you will find 1963 is supported by Safaricom and somebody else. The Beba is Equity. But if all these card people can come together, pull their resource together, look at how to generate the traffic together, collect their fare from one card, that would be the best. The only question is, I hope we will in the process not be killing innovation. So this we need to discuss. If there is no opposition from the startups and innovators, one card for passenger service vehicle, for bus rapid transit systems, for the Nairobi commuter railway, that would be the best for the users. I agree.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a couple of other questions coming from our online audience. And Frank Asperling asks, okay, I think he or she recommends your good presentation, but still asks, what is the plan for one ticket system? And maybe you can take that alongside one from Betty Kibara, who asks, how is the government planning to deal with interoperability for e-mobility? Over to you, Engineer.
Now, let me start with interoperability. The electrical vehicles are coming into the country. So far, we have I think 200 vehicles in the country. And the only interesting bit is that the charging systems, the problems that we had with telephones. You remember the telephones, the cell phones, they had a small pin, big pin, iPhone pin, Samsung pin. The same challenges, we are seeing them in the charging systems. So what we need is through Kenya Bureau of Standards to have a standard that says for Kenya, this will be the charging system for public charging stations. And then we'll have dealt with interoperability. The other issue of interoperability is on sub-electric systems, you swap batteries. Already the motorcycles are swapping batteries, but you will find the motorcycle you'll find the motorcycles are not using the same batteries. So swapping the batteries is also another area of interoperability. So coming back to the card system, like I said earlier, a single card, we need to maybe have a forum, call all these card people, they're about 20, sit down with them and find a way forward. Each was designed independently. So we need to have a common forum for all of them. Thank you. Hello. I think I was off. Ooh. Hello, can you hear me? Ooh.
Okay, hi engineer. I
Yes,
think
go ahead.
some challenges are hearing you. Could have been end or our end. We don't know.
Do I repeat?
Kindly, yes, you can. No problem.
Wait, in interoperability, we were talking about the charging systems. I said we have around about 200 electric vehicles now, but all those 200 vehicles, their charging systems are not the same. So they're experiencing the same challenges we had with cell phones initially, where you had a small pin, big pin, iPhone pin, and specialized pins for different cell phone manufacturers. So we are saying going forward, for charging stations that will be available for public use, we need a common standard so that any charging station designed, fabricated or manufactured in Kenya or imported has to be of a certain standard for use by the general public. That is charging station. That is my first point. Second point is on batteries that are used, that are swapped. The electric motorcycle technology has reached a stage where they are designing systems where you swap a battery. Instead of taking your motorcycle to a charging station, you get a freshly charged battery and swap it. Those batteries also, we need to have a standard for them so that for greater public use, the same standard of battery will make the swapping of batteries easier. The second question was dealing again with the cards, and we said the cashless payment systems are about 20 innovations. The bulk of them did their innovations independently, and so there is no compatibility. So what we are saying is we need, going forward, I agree with the lady from ITDP. The user prefers to have only one card. So let's give the user what they want, one card. Let the cashless payment system people, we sit down together, find a way whereby you know, our clients, our money is received in a system, we get our share, we pay a small administrative fee, but we only operate one card. Whether we choose the 1963 one that was launched by His Excellency the President or any other card, I think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. We do have a comment online that says e-bikes are silent. Will they not lead to more accidents? I actually drive an e-motorcycle in Kampala, and I just use my hooting a lot. I hoot all the time so people hear me. So there's ways around the silence, and it reduces the noise pollution. It's very nice, actually. We're going to close with one very personal question, if you don't mind, engineer. My question is, of all the innovations you presented, which is your favorite?
Favorite innovation?
From the ones you showed us, yes.
I didn't show innovations around a circular economy, where you're making use of waste and other sources of cheaper materials to build a boat. I liked that one from the flip-floppy boat. And also the innovation on electrically driven wheelchairs using discarded lithium-ion batteries from laptops and other sources. That was a very good innovation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Actually, the flip-flop boat came to Entebbe a few months ago, so we got to see it in our country too. Okay, well, a big round of applause for Engineer Muchiri. Thank you so much. That was very insightful, and thank you for giving us your time this morning.
Thank you.
And I hope you can stay for some of the other proceedings, especially the award ceremony around 4 p.m. today. you can log back in.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we started about 30 minutes late. So the consequence of that is we're skipping the 30-minute tea break. I'm very sorry. But you can always just sneak out and get a cup of tea if you need. We're going to move right into my favorite part of the day, which is a panel discussion about multi-stakeholder approach to mobility. And I'm going to introduce my colleague, actually, who I'm delighted to have here in person. Her name is Dr. Rebecca Shirley, and she will be the moderator of today's panel. So Dr. Rebecca is the Director of Research, Data, and Innovation at WRI Africa, and she's based here in Nairobi. So WRI has a small group of staff in Nairobi. She has multiple decades of experience working with energy resources and environmental research across Africa, also in Southeast Asia and Latin America. And she's worked a lot on the interactions between energy, food, livelihoods, and development. So this issue of urban mobility is very central to her research and work. And with that, I'll welcome Dr. Rebecca Shirley up to the front. And Rebecca, you can take any chair you like. We're doing a hybrid panel today. So some of the panelists are here in person, and then other panelists will be joining online. So we're testing our meeting style, I suppose. And then the other panelists, I'll just welcome them to the front of the room, as well as online, and then I will hand it over to Rebecca. Engineer Muchiri is going to stay with us and be a part of this panel, and I think you know him well by now. Then we have Professor Winnie Matula, who is here in person. She will be joining us on the panel. And we have Miss Panina Ndegwa from ITDP, who was previously asking a very good question about a single fare card. And then we have joining us in person is Edwin from the Kenya Bus Service. So, Edwin Mkabana, welcome very much. And I think there's one participant online, is that right? From Go Metro. We have Mr. Justin Cortez from Go Metro. Welcome, Justin. So thank you to everyone. And Rebecca, do you have a microphone over there?
Again? Okay, there we go.
Great, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I really enjoyed Engineer Mushiri's presentation, so thank you so much for having me here. As Anna said, my name is Rebecca Shirley, and I'm the Director of Research, Data, and Innovation at WRI Africa. And we actually have, the team here is small, but it's growing very quickly, Anna. We have quite a number of folks here in Kenya now. So look forward to even more interaction, those of you who are locally based with our WRI Africa team. So as we all know, Sub-Saharan Africa is urbanizing faster than any other continent on the face of the earth right now, at an average rate of about 4% per year, compared to the global average of about 2% per year. So this is a major driving factor in the evolving transport and energy landscape. Kenya, for instance, just a quick stat, now has about 14 passenger vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants. That's already up 50% from 2050 and expected to double soon, according to GIZ. So the continent is motorizing quickly. There's no doubt about that. The question is motorizing on what? You all represent the companies that are at the very forefront of the continent's mobility revolution, shaping transportation systems for decades to come. In order to design and encourage a transport system that is inclusive, equitable, affordable, efficient, clean, and sustainable, it will take more than new technology, though. It will take an ecosystem of policymakers, of planners, of regulators and standards bureaus, of manufacturers, distributors, researchers, civil society, and media. So today's discussion that we're about to have is all about that. The question we're trying to get to by the end of the session is how do we ensure a healthy, comprehensive, multi-stakeholder approach to the future of mobility in sub-Saharan Africa? So in our panel today, as Anna mentioned, we have Engineer Mushiri from Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. We have Professor Winnie Mitula from the University of Nairobi sitting with me. We have Ms. Penina Ndegwa from the Institute of Transportation and Development Policy. We have Mr. Edwins Mukabana from Kenya Bus Service, and of course, Justin from GoMetro. So you can already see, even from the panelists' composition, that ecosystem spread that we're talking about. So let's begin with a round of questions to each of the panelists. We have about 40 minutes, I think, if we're not cutting that time down, right? And then I will open up for some questions from the audience. So first, Engineer Mushiri, if you can hear me, is he on? Can he hear me?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I want to start with you because you gave us such a fantastic look at transport innovation in your talk just now. You know, we saw everything from passenger vehicles, bus rapid transit, the cashless payment systems. And I want to ask you a big picture question to get us started. What does that all add up to? Tell us, what is the vision for a sustainable transport and mobility system in Kenya? And if you'd like, you can extend that to East Africa.
Let me start by saying this. We can as well sit back and continue with business as usual. It's a choice. And let things roll by themselves. But on one of my slides, although I didn't go so much into details into it, it was the slide about population growth statistics that the rate at which our population is growing, combined with urbanization, is expanding our urban areas at a very fast rate. And we were saying that by the year 2050, Nairobi will be the size of Cairo or Lagos today. If we can barely manage Nairobi today, even the next decade, by 2030, where will we be? So it might be unlivable in 2030 on a transportation perspective. Hence the need for us to start thinking of how to innovate our mass rapid transit systems faster than we are doing now. Otherwise, the city will choke and it will, technically speaking, come to a standstill. So that is the overall vision, to take care of the growing population and its high rate of urbanization. Thank you.
Thank you. And do any of our other panelists want to comment on that, a vision of what the future should look like or will look like for transportation? Yes.
Yeah, I think Engineer Muchiri is right, but one vision, I think we have very good policies and regulations. Even if you look at the Climate Change Act of 2016, we put it there. You look at our midterm plans, it's all there. So in terms of paper and putting it down and commitment in paper is very good. But I think just the practice of it, the practical part of, beginning to realize these visions, because when I see startups, I see this is a good opportunity, but the question is, whose opportunity? Is it just opportunity for the startups, or is it not opportunity for all the stakeholders led by the government? And that's why earlier on, I asked Engineer Muchiri about how does this add up to what we are trying to promote. So I think that's really the next step that we need to get to. Getting it out of paper is very good in paper. We've committed to mainstream mobility issues, which is a good thing. We've tried it with gender. We have little gaps, but we are moving. So if we can do it and commit to it, this can take us to the next scale. Thank you.
Very good points. Great, and that actually takes me right to the next question, because we've just heard about the vision. And Penina, I want to come to you next as you represent the Institute of Transportation and Development Policy. 2050 and tell us a little bit right now about what's happening in the planning space for Kenya, and more specifically, to Winnie's point, how would you characterize the interaction between operators and planners today?
Thank you so much. So in terms of interaction, I would say that things are getting better. I would actually speak from even ITDP's perspective. Over the last 1 year, now that most of the webinars, or most of the conferences have actually gone virtual, we've seen a lot of capacity building. At ITDP, we've actually covered tens of webinars. Nearly every week we have a webinar training stakeholders, from general citizens to practitioners to governments, anyone basically in the industry. So we've seen a lot of growth in terms of capacity. And it's because we don't want to just be the only ones, like as professionals pushing for the change that we want to see. We want also to empower the communities, the citizens, to know how their transport systems ought to be, so that they can actually be the one demanding for the better services from the government that they represent. So that's one thing I would say. And allow me to just comment also on the overall vision. I think the one important aspect is equitability and affordability. Equitability means, yes, I agree with my panelists, what they mentioned about having mass transport systems. But one thing that is very important is ensuring that even as we implement those systems, inclusivity is paramount. We must ensure that women, children, persons with disabilities, elderly are able to use those systems. Yes, we may have BRT systems, but if they're not equitable, if women are not given priority, if persons with disabilities are not able to access those mobility services, then again, we're not able to meet up the demand. Also, the aspect of affordability, that need to be paramount. And of course, thinking of how we have to go greener and cleaner. That means not just mass transport systems. We need to start thinking of how we can electrify BRTs, for example, if it's possible. And I think like Kenya, we already have a good percentage in terms of green energy generation. And also thinking about NMT, walking and cycling being a priority. Thank you.
I'm curious, as Kenya Bus Service, how would you characterize the interaction right now between operators and planners, given what Penina has just laid out?
Thank you very much. I think we're starting to see some traction now between operators and planners. The worst part of it has been where you have planners or developers of infrastructure that does not consider at all public transport. So you have no bus lanes, you have got no bus stops, you have got no laybys along, you have got no depots, you have got no stations, and you are expecting to run a good transport system. You go around then blaming the operators. You haven't given them the facilities, and you have not even given them the necessary training to be able to do the same job that you want to be done efficiently. So the interaction between planners has had a gap, and that is what Professor alluded to, that we need to remove those documents that we have put in studies or in research and put them to industry. As operators, we are industry. We want to see how what linkage exists between what is planned and the industry, and how do we benefit from that. So that gap is still not very well done. The issue of implementation and funding continues to be a problem. You do a research, you have a good paper, but then you don't put money to it. So you have no allocation. Right now, if you go to Ministry of Transport and Engineer, I would like to ask him, what money have they put in transport? They put a lot of money in infrastructure development, but what have they put in transport? So you'll find even the Department of Transport itself at the Ministry of Transport, I don't know whether it exists in the capacity that it can be able to do what IDTP expects, for example. So funding and then capacitating that particular ministry or local government department for transport to be able to do what is required has been another issue that we will need to continue looking at to ensure that it works well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that there's a session coming up this afternoon exactly on the issue of finance for transportation. So I think that would be a great question to address in that session. But Engineer Mushiri, do you have a quick response to that?
Okay, on finances, yes, I would rather we listen to the afternoon session first. But on the previous point, I can give you an example. The diesel multiple units that we imported, one of the challenges we faced was that they were secondhand, and government is not used to buying things secondhand. So there was a lot of opposition and challenges around that. So it takes innovation, it takes persistence to go around some of these activities. Another issue around the diesel multiple units, the information and communication system is in Spanish. So, it's an area for startups to come and innovate and convert the information communication system from Spanish to English. So thank you. I can say that for now.
Thank you. Those are very practical issues to deal with, yes. Edwin, as you have the mic, let me ask you a question. I think we're talking about the planning and the implementation of this vision for a sustainable future for Kenya, but there's also the impacts side of things. And Penina's begun to talk about, even beyond emissions, it's about accessibility, affordability, the socioeconomic impacts, livelihoods, and so on. In your point of view, as the owner of Kenya Bus Service, tell us, what are the impacts that we want to see from this mobility revolution? And at what stage do government and private sector need to meet to measure, to track, to adjust in order to make sure that we reach those goals?
Well, that's a broad question. The impacts that exist, I think, there are two levels here. There is the service providers, and then we have the commuter or the beneficiary, and then we have the government on the one side. Now, what has tended to happen is the government has refused to put money to it and even put knowledge to it. Now it's changing a bit. The private sector service providers have continued to try and innovate, but sometimes they are cropping in the dark where there's no legislation.
Oof. It's gone offline.
I think we're still live on the internet, though.
The problem this time is on them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Power blackout.
Power blackout. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, we needed a electric bus plugged in at the hotel.
Okay.
Testing, yes, we are back.
Yes, of course.
Justin and Engineer Muchiri, can you hear us?
Yes,
we
go
can hear
ahead.
you.
We can hear you.
So we can resume. Okay, great. So just to repeat, we were just getting into the topic of the impacts side of things. And I should have even mentioned that potentially improvements to the grid and grid reliability might even be a benefit of electric mobility. So, but we were talking about the potential impacts and how and at what stage the government and the private sector really need to kind of coordinate around measuring impacts, around evaluating impacts and adjusting as we go in order to make sure that we do achieve those impacts of affordability, accessibility, etc. for the system.
Yeah, thank you. So what I was trying to say is that we have solutions that are being provided by, say, the private sector or private or service providers, but there has not been a very good mapping .
Okay.
Because our system went down and we're getting it back up. So if you guys can be a little bit patient, we appreciate it. All right, in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll be back online. We're just getting our systems starting. For all of our friends online, we're taking a quick coffee water break and we'll be back online in about three minutes, at 10 minutes past the hour. It was a forced break due to an electricity outage.
Time should I?
Okay, we welcome everybody back in the room. We're going to resume the panel. And it's going to be even more lively because you're coffeeed up. So Dr. Mutula, Edwin Nkabana, Mr. Nkabana, we welcome you back. Penina, is Penina around? Penina Ndegwa, all right. And then our panelists online, Justin and Michael, will be starting back up. And I think, Justin, the next question is for you.
The third time is the charm. It's better be an amazing answer now.
Pressure's on. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. Great. So I think we should not have any further interruptions, and apologies for that earlier. But where we were was talking about impacts. We had talked a bit about the planning and sort of the need to move from planning towards now practice. And we're talking a bit about impacts and how we can coordinate between government and private sector to both agree on what the intended impacts are, but also to then measure and evaluate and move us forward. Mr. Edwins, the floor is yours.
Yes, what I was trying to say is that I think what has missed is the stakeholder engagement that comes together to identify what are the problems that we have, and then decide on what solutions we need, and then start working on those solutions to provide certain frameworks that benefit the users. Sometimes what we get is that the private sectors or solution providers start working on a project only to come to the industry, and the industry saying, no, this is not exactly what I wanted. And at that time, there is this idea that they move to government, convince the government, sometimes put that innovation into place, but they have not even talked to the users. One good example that I would like to mention is the use of speed governors. You bring in a speed governor, you're generating a lot of data, nobody's using the data, you move from one governor to the next generation governor, you don't have the servers, the legal framework doesn't exist. So you find that the industry starts feeling you were just doing it to make money and you are not providing an actual solution. Probably the solution is there, but then for example, how do you mine that data? How do you use that data for your own benefit? You find it doesn't exist. Then that way we have a good solution, but the solution is not making an impact that you expect it to make. Those are some of the challenges that we are finding, especially in transport and mobility. We have, for example, we want to do route mapping. Somebody has gone out and created maybe a route map, but that route map cannot be actualized by the ministry. So the information has been produced, how the routes in Nairobi, Matatu routes are going to operate. But the Ministry of Transport is not ready to publish or gazette those routes and ensure that that route network is working. That's effort again wasted. Very good initiatives that were done, but nobody's using it. So these are the linkages that we would like to see to ensure that the impact of the innovations, the impact of what we do trickles down to the user. We have a problem, for example, passenger information, and we have infrastructure that is being put in place right now. Has there been passenger information of how they can use, when do they go? You wake up this morning, like today, somebody has said they're going to be a test run. You give people 2 days in the evening today to decide that you are going to walk from University of Nairobi to go to Green Park. How many people have had that information? Maybe very few. So how do we pass around that particular passenger information on the usage of that particular technology that we have put in place? Those are some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And Penina, would you like to comment on that question as well on impacts?
So the impact, there's always the gap, like my panelist had mentioned, the gap between the policies, the data that we have, and also the implementation. And most of the time, the excuse is always we don't have the money, the money to bring the change that you want to see. And what I always like to say is, what is the cost of not doing it? Because like what Mukabana mentioned, like the private sector can initiate a study. They have done, the people in the field, they know where most of the customer base is. So it makes sense to actually have a route assigned to that area. But then now, just having the government assigning that route takes 2 years before implementation. So what happens? You will see now, the people who are supposed to be whose accessibility would have been increased because of the service that would have been provided by the research that has been done, is delayed for another 2 years, you know? And now that's why people will end up buying cars and increasing congestion, causing traffic accidents and all that. So we need to start making this excuse of there's no money to implement, but you had money to do research. So we need to bridge the two gaps. And I just think of it that way. If what is the cost of not doing it? Because if you have to lose 100 million USD per year because of traffic congestion, and maybe a BRT would even cost you less, you know, why not, you know, just invest in that money? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Prof. Winnie,
Let me just add my voice to this debate. I really think that when we talk about measuring impact, many times we think of end product. And I think that's where the problem lies. Because as just what I said earlier when I was raising it with Muchiri online, if we work with innovation or work with programs, we need a lead person. And the lead person really should be the state or the city governments. So that when an innovation is being born, there is somebody overseeing it just the way the group today will be awarded. There has been some working with them. So here is where we need monitoring right from when they are beginning, like now. We'll know the lost ones. Where have we lost them? We'll know the successful ones. We'll ask questions like, how do we factor in this particular innovation in the broader picture of transport? Because we have to specifically isolate public goods. Transport is a real public good. Nobody can have a long shot on it. Whether it's innovation, whether it's a mode, it has to be framed within the broader picture. An example that Kabana gave about Matatu routes. I was very shocked when a student I was supervising from US, I wanted to help her locate how to get to a Airbnb in Westlands. He told me, no, Prof, I have a map. From where? She told me she had the Matatu map. So she knows how to take a Matatu and get to Westland to there. I said, show me. I knew the map, but I didn't know that she can link where to alight with that map and get there. She could. So the issue is this Matatu map that was an innovation done by collaboration of universities here and universities abroad needs to be framed up by people like Muchiri. It needs to be picked up and then scaled. And again, you cannot scale Matatu if you don't scale, you know, the other transport modes, railway, rail line, the buses, walking, cycling. Who is responsible to synergize all these modes? It's the state, it's the city governments. We can talk about multi-stakeholders, we can talk about everybody has a responsibility, but I think the state, city governments stay at the center and they have to take their role in terms of framing. You cannot do that application for cashless or whatever if the state has not put a framework. You will only be doing a pilot. So Africa has so many pilots all over. And where the pilots end, nobody knows.
Where the pilots end, nobody knows. That's I feel like that's we can frame that one. But Prof. Winnie, you're making a really excellent point here. And I think one of the things that's coming across in the conversation is bottom-up innovation, top-down planning, and this gap in the middle. My question for you as a fellow researcher is, where does research fit into all of this? Are we saying that enough research has been done, or do you see that there are still some critical questions that the research community needs to rally around? And how do we get a handle on those critical questions?
Yeah, I think research falls on the same basket that I've talked about. You go sit down in your office, conceptualize your research, do it, keep it. Nobody's gonna use it. That research that succeeds is the research that works with those that are key stakeholders in the research. And I always have a very good example. One time we had a study we wanted to do of why people don't comply to traffic, to regulations, road safety regulations. And we did a conceptual framework and we did a proposal. But because we had very good people in the ministry who were very close, and some had been scholars, our colleagues, when we went there, they told us, this is not information useful to us. Then we asked them, what do you want? We only want to know why people don't comply. These many 10, 20 questions you have, not useful to us. So we picked those ones. we picked what they wanted. We did a study covering 3 regions. When we eventually disseminated at Utalii Hotel, the ministry told us this cannot stop at a one shot of a few 40 people. We got to scale it up. Mkabana knows about this case. So they said we need to bring more people to hear about this. So you see, the research was useful to them. So in doing research, we must make research useful to those who are part of the system. You may not want it, but you are part of the framework that is going to enable it and to scale it up. Yeah. So I think that collaboration is very critical.
All right. And are there one or two, sorry, please go ahead, please.
A practical example. I would like to look at a practical example. Everybody has been developing a ticketing system. And we have got about 26 or 27 of them that have been licensed by the ministry. And I tell them, okay, they come to my office and they say they want to give me this ticketing system. And first on their agenda is the commission they're going to get out of this ticketing system. I tell them, okay, that is okay. I have developed parameters. And all these parameters, I put them to test those parameters of a ticketing system. Some of them don't hit even 20%. Because then we have listed all the things that a ticketing system should do. Now, if they had started with me, they would, for example, I start by the regulation that exists. Have you complied? They have not complied with any of, they are not even aware that the regulation exists. So when you, if they were to work with the industry, they came first of all, a credible industry. Some of them work with the industry, but they're not working with a credible industry. That way, then you will produce things that I can use straight away. But now you've done a lot of work, but you have not linked it to industry. That is one of the problems, the challenges that are existing with the current innovation. Some of them, they want to solve a problem, but they do not know the total solution, the way it should be done professionally. And that brings a challenge.
Yes. Got it. I'm going to come back to this theme of linking to ministry in the next round of questions. Justin, if you can hear us from Go Metro, I would love you to chime in here because I know that you're also a transport data guru yourself. Just to say a little bit about Go Metro, which is basically a platform created for users to be able to engage with different modes of transportation. What is your sense of this question on outstanding research questions? Do you think that we've got the data that we need and it's really just about analysis, or are there questions that you feel like are still critical and outstanding to this mobility revolution?
No, thank you. And it's really an honor to be amongst this panel. I really appreciate the opportunity. So first and foremost, I'm lucky enough to be a civil engineer and transport engineer first, and a technologist second. And I often feel that when I work with technologists that come into the transport space, they're like, well, we've got the data, problem solved, and because that's the technology problem solved. But you haven't solved the governance problem, the funding problem, the institutional relationship problem, the land use problem, the operator sustainability problem, the passenger experience problem. And so I think there's we've got to be careful of an arrogance amongst us innovators that we believe our little widget or gadget is going to solve all of humanity's problems. I do think, though, as a technologist, that we have an unprecedented opportunity to contribute to the public good. And so just to echo the thought around research for research's sake, I think there's too much research and too much planning and not enough implementing. And certainly that budget allocation, the point around planning versus implementation, is an important one amongst all the markets that we work in. So we're working in South Africa, we're working in Kenya, we're working in Rwanda, Lagos, Nigeria. We're also working in Latin America. And so we also have lessons that we see from BRT rollouts and mature systems. And so I think any innovator needs to fit into the institutional framework that exists, look to strengthen, not disrupt, look to encourage and enhance, not challenge and try and work around. And we honestly, we've set up a foundation called Go Africa. And we're fortunate enough to have received some funding to focus on strengthening the institutions. And just as we talk about the motorization, cars per 1,000 people, we believe that the answer to Africa's mobility problem is to have more engineers per 1,000 people, more planners per 1,000 people, more operators per 1,000 people. And we also think that there's an important relationship between the authority, who must have authority, not just planning authority, but implementation and operational authority. There's a reason why London has a card, and it's not the technology. It's the institution that is TfL. It is the independent funding that is given to TfL, and it is the mandate and the KPIs around vehicle mileage, people movement that is given, the political responsibility that is given to TfL. The card, whether it is a card or a watch or your face or whatever you're going to use to pay, is only a technology that the institution is using to derive its aims. But TfL would also be nothing without strong bus operators, and its bus operations and its operational capacity is also unprecedented. And so I think there's a real opportunity for data and technology and all of these innovations to plug into a large framework. But we really need to focus on strengthening institutions, looking at independent and direct funding streams that go to public transport improvements and transport improvements. And then I am a firm believer that the future for any African city in its mobility is to invest in having strong bus operators.
Thank you, Justin. I really appreciate that comment. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask one last round of questions. It's one question, the same question, and you'll all give an answer to. I think one thing that we've rounded out to in this discussion is that at the crux of a multi-stakeholder approach is cooperation, and in a stronger need for cooperation. There's what's needed, we're all clear on that, but I want to talk a little bit about what's possible, what's practically possible given where we are today. So for each of you, could you just give a quick thought on what do you see as the most effective ways today to increase cooperation between public and private sector in transportation? Edwin, I'll start with you and come this way, and then
what is possible right now between the private sector and government, first of all, is engagement, such that there is a degree of understanding. I will take, for example, when it comes to the industry of public transport. The first thing the government must understand that they are providing a transport service that is a public good. Even if it is so bad, but you don't start by criminalizing it, starting to think that this is a criminal enterprise. Remove it from the SME sector and make it look like it's not an SME, it's not providing. So you must appreciate it from where it is as an employment provider and as a mobility tool that we have as at now. Then the next level is, how do you build capacity from the drivers, the conductors who are working in that particular sector, to the managers who are doing that. And you can only do that if the people at the ministry level can also appreciate that they have been trained enough. And I must mention that we were discussing with Professor here that we are getting very encouraged because we go to a room or we go to a meeting and we find a lot of young people now getting interested in transportation. When we started talking about this in 2004, 2006, Engineer Mushiri is aware, it was a no-go. If you talk to government, it's like they will not listen to you at all. Remember that time NTSA was not there as an implementing agency. And NAMATA could not even, when I started talking about an organizing authority like Transport for London, nobody believed that you can do that. I remember one time talking about it in Kenya Private Sector Alliance, where I was the chairman of Transport Sector Board. And everybody said, well, you want to create things, those things will not work. I am happy that at least we have recognized that you need a transport, an organizing authority. So you have the integrated national transport policy that should be produced in partnership with the industry as an engagement, then you should go further and create the legal system that works to support that, and probably then the regulations, and go forward and produce the institutions that should support. So there should be institutions that are being created where the two, private sector and government, is working. When you look at how NTSA is being run, it is like us versus them. And every time you'll hear crackdown, crackdown. How long? They have been cracking down for all this time. I don't know what they have cracked so far. Things are getting worse. I like what the NAMATA is doing. NAMATA is taking the engagement role. So they are engaging, they have formed a task force that now the two of them are working together, and I am the co-chair of the task force that is supposed to educate these people. So we are hoping, and IDTP is quite involved in providing data, providing capacity building for that. Now, this is helping a lot. And if you get some things that are happening before, there would have been a lot of war. But you can see the industry is calming down and trying to understand what it is. So we need to take them out. We need to let them see what is happening. We need to create workshops, all of them capacitated and enabled by government arms. So the government then needs to ensure that the industry understands what it is. But most of all, the government needs to sit down and say, what are we seeking to solve? And pass out that to industry, especially the service providers. Tell them, look, these are the problems we have. Can you guys go and try and work out solutions around these issues? So if a startup starts and is looking around ticketing, is it solving a mobility issue or is it solving a corruption issue? So we need that mapping. And we can sit down and say, the problem we have right now is people do not, when a person comes to Nairobi, he doesn't know how he can get to Kayole. When we grew up, we will tell you there used to be a map. It used to be called what? You could go to outside the Hilton. You would go and pick a map. It used to be called what? I remember. It was in red. And that map, you could know where every place where the bus went. Right now, we know we have journey planners that are digital. I don't know if there is a journey planner in Nairobi. And somebody would pick that around the digital Matatu route and see if we can do that. But then the government must sit down and map those, license those routes along that line of the digital Matatu. But now you find the digital Matatu is there, but the licensing regime, if I showed you the licensing regime that exists, you will be shocked how it works. So these are the issues that we need to do between private sector and government.
Thank you. So I'm hearing increased engagement and some clear needs mapping that comes from the top level, the state level, and translates down to the private sector. Thank you so much. Penina.
So for me, I would say that the first thing that need to happen, there need to be a lot of transparency between all the actors, from private sector to government agencies to even the general citizen. There need to be that information on what's happening in maybe public transport sector that it's going to affect all of us. I'll just use an example of BRT. I'm in ITDP. I have actually been part of preparing the Nairobi BRT service plan, but sometimes I take a matatu and I'll just sit next to the driver and ask them about the BRT, and they're like, we have no information. When is the government bringing the buses? Are they taking us out of the business? You see? So there's that gap between, communication, lack of communication. And, when you use data, because I know government right now, because of the stakeholders that they're involving even in the BRT, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of research, like the panelists mentioned, but now how do you bring it in a way that it is actually consumable to a general public who may not understand traffic modeling, for example, all those big data that transport planners may use. How can you break that information in a way that it is consumable to the general public, such that they know when now we start seeing what's happening, the red line is just not about the red line. The BRT buses is actually a whole system, and we should expect it by this time. This is the kind of standard that it's going to bring. It's just not about the buses, you get. So having that transparency in the way we communicate and ensuring that everybody is involved will really make us move this country to, and even the whole region in Africa to the next level. And the last thing I would like to say is thinking of quick wins. We make big plans, and I'll just give an example. We just completed the Kisumu Sustainable Mobility Plan. We launched it in February. It was a very highly participatory process. It actually delayed, like it took us time to get there because we ensured that no one was left behind. We involved everybody. But now, once you come up with that plan, how do you break it down to small projects? Or the first question that you asked about the vision, we have the citywide vision, but then the proposals that the transport ideologies that you're coming up with, how do you break them into small quick win projects, but still aligned to the vision that you want to implement? For example, we have people working in ticketing system, we have people in electric mobility, we have people in still want to maintain the same bus system, but all those things, all those players are in the same environment. But now how can you come up with small, simple, quick win projects geared towards transitioning to the future goal rather than disrupting? So we need to really engage and talk to each other, be transparent, and communicate. Let transportation not just be about government, let even the citizens be involved. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So transparency, communication, and something I think along the lines of modularizing our vision into actionable pieces that can be taken apart. Great. Winnie.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to build on what the arguments are right now. Who leads this process? There is a lot of emphasis of engaging, linking up, pushing on, but who leads this process? I apologize, I'm not statist as such, but probably Muchiri will tell us who should lead this kind of engagement, because I think many times each one of us is waiting for the other one to extend their hands into a forum. And just in online there, you've argued for innovations fitting institutional framework, but the kind of innovations we are talking about, there is no framework for them. Maybe that's where there is confusion, because we assume that there is framework, but there isn't a framework. They are new. They need structuring. They need frameworks being put in place for them that responds to their needs, so that those that are innovating can begin to feel that there is a space for us. But as per now, African states are just beginning to develop that framework. I remember, and Muchiri may be knowing this more than me, when the first electric vehicle came to Mombasa, I think the Ports Authority didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know what it was or how to charge it. It was like a standout because we had just come up with a climate change act that year. So even that had not been socialized enough for people to get to know what this thing is all about. So I really think we need champions. And even if it is the private sector to champion is okay, but let it be very clear that in this particular pathway, it is the private sector leading, but still the state is overseen or the city authorities overseen, because I think this is where the problem is. We don't tend to be clear about leadership of this so-called stakeholder, which is a very loose, wobbled word and can take place in sometimes the most ineffective way, where you can't even capture it and pull it down for what it did and what it didn't do.
And I think that relates to accountability as well, right? So some very clear rules, some very clear roles and responsibilities for stakeholders is what I'm hearing.
Yes, because you cannot be accountable for what is not there.
Sure.
So even the innovators, what do they account to?
Yes.
Or for?
Yep.
They can't.
Great. And then our remote panelist, Justin, perhaps you can go first, and then Muchiri, we'll come to you last.
No, thank you. Yeah, I think across African cities, we see this transition to implementing agencies, and it's a an urgent requirement, in my view, to move from the planning and from the master planning to being a agency that and an implementing agency that is held to account for the levels of congestion, for the air quality, for the cost of transport. Suddenly, if you're measuring those KPIs, your researchers are adding value to society today. I think there's a lot of research on institutional form, but where are the KPIs on air quality, congestion levels, and improvements? So where research can plug into agencies is there. The agencies, I think, also, forgive them, because we're civil engineers. We think in concrete and steel and 5-year plans, and it takes 3 years to upgrade a road. So forgive us for thinking slowly and implementing slowly. We come from a generation that thinks in years, whereas innovators, a sprint is 2 weeks, and a lot happens in 2 weeks. So I do think there is this transdisciplinary approach, this need for speed from the civil engineers and the traditional engineers, and a respect for structure from the innovators. And if we can get that right, that synergy right, then we'll have strong institutions, strong funding streams. And look, the rest of the world wants to fund Africa's development, wants to see zero emission mobility. There is more opportunity than ever before to fund a zero emission electromobility, mass transit, urban development, using the lessons learned from the 50s and the 60s, America and automobile society. We have more than enough data, not just in a country, but also rest of world, to see the consequences of decisions that we make today. So as we move from 28 vehicles per 1,000 to 50 to 100, in some countries it's 500 to 700 vehicles per 1,000. Can you imagine that? As we move through that transition, I think and certainly from our side at Go Metro and at Go Ascendal, we're very keenly interested to bring the best international practices into Kenya through PPPs and assist in the urban development, so that we avoid the mistakes of the other communities around the globe. So I think it's an exciting time to be involved in development, but I do agree that the state plays a central directing role in this accord.
Thank you, Justin. So a reminder to both respect and understand the varying natures of the different stakeholders that are a part of this ecosystem, loud and clear. And that was a really great reminder of how exciting this point in time that we're in really is. Engineer Mushiri, please round us out with your thoughts on how private sector and public sector can practically cooperate at this point in time.
Let me start first by answering a question from Mr. Edwin Mukabana, where he was saying we should stop criminalizing public service vehicles. And I agree with him. And principally, this is the reason why the National Transport Safety Authority, NTSA, was transferred from the State Department of Transport to the the Ministry of Interior, so that the police and NTSA are working from the same desk. Granted, it is an oddity by itself, but if you have noticed, one of the decisions that was made was to remove certain police roadblocks to make transport flow, both for PSVs and also for cargo trucks. That was a decision for the interim. The other point was we do recognize as public sector, as contrary to what happens in other jurisdictions, we do not have public PSVs owned by the government or public sector. And therefore, transport being a public good, it is being delivered by the private sector. And this ties up with a question by Professor Winnie Mitula, who leads the process. So if we as a public sector do not own or operate PSVs, sometimes it brings a challenge of how we lead the process. But that is why we have institutions such as NAMATA, the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, and recently the Nairobi Metropolitan Service, all of them trying to find a mechanism of how to lead the process. I do agree, of course, with all the presenters that we need to engage each other. One small point before I close, on the routes or routes that Edwin Mukabana alluded to, we have some routes where the end of the route is not very profitable. How do you tell a private bus operator to operate on an unprofitable section because they don't have enough passengers? Who compensates them for the loss of that portion? These are the discussions that we are having about timetabling and how the practicalities of who will compensate private sector operators for operating non-profitably. So in closing, let me say, as the Ministry of Transport, we are willing to engage, to continue discussing. Penina talked of quick wins or low-hanging fruits. Let us engage, let's find a mechanism, because at the end of the day, we cannot continue operating with business as usual. Like we said in the beginning, the population is growing, our cities are growing, urbanization is growing. We need to solve the transport challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer. A very fitting end, and some wonderful insights have come out of this panel. Thank you all so much for your time. Anna, do I have a quick minute to take a question or two from the audience, or shall we move ahead?
How about one question? Yeah.
Okay, no pressure, but we can have one question from the audience. Who would like to go?
Or online, if there's a question.
Okay, if none, that's also fine. I would like to take this chance to thank our panelists so much for their insights and this conversation, and I will pass it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. In my opinion, this was a fascinating panel, and my preference would be to continue this conversation for the whole day because I feel these issues are very important. And I was watching the faces of the startups as Justin and Edwin were talking about the arrogance of technology companies and thinking they could solve transportation problems. And there were some worries. And then I watched the faces as Winnie was talking about the fact that it's not the company's fault, there is no framework. So I think that this dialogue between governance research and private sector is really, really important. And I'd like to continue it. And Dr. Matula, we have a phrase at WRI for the where does the pilot end? It's called the pilot carousel. Keeps going, doesn't end. So with this, I'm going to move us to our next session, which is again touching on impact investment. So this I will introduce Wanji Nganga, and I will say, in my opinion, you are an expert in impact investment. Wanji is Shell Foundation's regional manager in East Africa. So she manages all of Shell's portfolio investments in both the energy and mobility sectors. And I know that you recently completed an impact investment program at the Said School of Business at Oxford. So if after her talk you still don't know what impact investing is, she's the one to have lunch with. So Wanji, please welcome to the podium.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much. I'm slightly embarrassed because I finished that course literally yesterday and I didn't think anybody would know. My name is Wanji. I am very, very honored and delighted to be here to speak to you about the case for impact investment in sustainable mobility. So this is a teaser. We have done a report in collaboration with a company called ENEA Consulting. I really like what Prof spoke about thinking through research and making sure that it encompasses all stakeholders. So it's a piece of research that we've done in collaboration with many other investors, but it's also something that we have done with other stakeholders. The purpose of this conversation is to hear from you, to get your feedback. At the end of the slides, I'm going to put out the contact for one of my colleagues who's handling this particular piece of research. We want to make sure that it's as collaborative as possible. We welcome your thoughts, your ideas, your questions, etc. So the first piece I think we can speak about is investments in mobility. So on this side, the first circle that you see speaks to the global population. This piece, the greener piece, speaks about low-income countries and what that looks like framed according to the global population. And the smaller piece, is high-income countries. So you can see low-income countries were 83% versus 83 versus 17. On the other side, we have a visual on what investments have looked like. And whereas we are more in the low middle income countries, we've received 25% of funding, vis-a-vis 75% in high income countries. So I think what we're alluding to is the fact that low income countries, we face the biggest mobility challenges, but we don't receive nearly as enough funding as we need to or we should, I dare say, even deserve. So in this report, we've spoken a lot about sustainable mobility. As you would know, mobility and transport are used interchangeably. We have not. We are focused more on mobility. And the reason is we think about mobility as the movement of people and things from one place to another, but it encompasses the ability to be able to move freely. Transport, on the other hand, we think about it as just the act of moving from one place to another. And therefore, for this report, we've spoken more and we've referenced more mobility. As we were putting this report together, we started to see and think through the challenges mobility, especially in developing countries, goes through. And those are some of the challenges we highlighted. Accessibility, health and safety, efficiency and environment. I don't think this is anything new. I think this is something we experience even as commuters on a day-to-day basis. The piece, I think, here are a couple of statistics we put together as we were doing this research. I think the piece that is most shocking to me is that in low and middle income countries, 93%, low and middle income countries, we have 93% fatalities if you compare us to the rest of the world, which I think is, I don't want to say shocking, but I think it's a sad state of affairs, which I would absolutely love to see reversed. Can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. In this report, it's been important for us to think about sustainable mobility. It's important for us to think about impact investment, and that's the whole premise of it. The whole premise is we're trying to work and make sure that this sector is as attractive to impact investors. Impact investors, for those that would not know, are folks that are looking to invest in companies, not just for a financial return, but also for an impact return. So this will speak to the fact that sustainable mobility solutions have been assessed and analyzed, and a lot of them meet a lot of the SDGs. As you would know, I believe you would, the SDG framework encompasses a comprehensive approach to assess impact, and it's widely used and acknowledged by impact investors. As we're putting this report together, it has been important for us to highlight the impact pieces sustainable mobility touches on, because we're hoping that this report is going to be the genesis of a lot of conversations. And hopefully our ultimate goal is to make sure we have as much impact investors in this space as we would. So in the report, every type of sustainable mobility solution that we assessed, we analyze them to understand how it contributes to SDGs, and we categorize them, which I think is the most important piece. We categorize them as either core and direct impact, indirect, and project specific. In this research piece, we've understood, we've always understood, but I think we've been able to articulate much better that sustainable mobility enterprises generate many wide range of impact, depending on which classification they are in. And they offer investors a variety of solutions to fit their investment criteria. One of the things we learned when we were doing this piece of work is that impact investors might have shied away from sustainable mobility because they found it hard to invest, because they shied away because it was hard for them to specifically point out the impacts that they were making. And so this report has been curated to be able to address that. Thank you. Thank you. So the other piece I think I wanted to mention and speak through is that sustainable mobility covers a wide range of solutions. Sustainable mobility means many things, right? So there's many sectors, there's many solutions, and there's different funders that we're trying to make sure we have on the table. There's different sectors. There's vehicle and infrastructure-based solutions. Those rely on assets. There are mobility services. They capture the service offering to the client, but they're not focused on the underlying asset. And then we have technology and software, which are integrated into mobility solutions. So while we have a lot of sectors, what you'll see at the latter part of that diagram is the different types of funders that we have. So we have donors, we have impact investors, we have multilaterals, and we have commercial investors. While we have little bits and pieces of those, what we'd love to see is a lot more of those. Sustainable mobility requires continued investment from the full spectrum of investor classes, especially if enterprises are going to be scaled effectively in developed and emerging countries. Sustainable mobility, I think, is also, one of the things we learned while we were putting this piece together is that it allows a diverse range of investors to meet their impact and financial return goals. And there is need for multiple investors to collectively address the challenges in mobility. I think it's a sentiment that is felt across the room, especially when enterprises are trying to get into the space and trying to raise funds. The other piece, I think, is all these pieces of financing and capital are needed. A blend of capital is needed so that the sustainable mobility ecosystem can be able to effectively scale. The best thing about any report, I think, is the case studies. And this report has quite a number. I'm going to speak about a company that we work with in Shell Foundation. They're called SafeBorder. They might be familiar to you, a lot of you. They were in Kenya, are in Uganda, and are in Nigeria. The thing that stands out the most about SafeBorder, and one of the pieces of impact areas that they specialize in is on safety. For those of you that don't know, SafeBorder is a motorcycle taxi ride-hailing platform. It allows the end consumer to be able to access a taxi service. The difference between this is that you can use an app. The drivers are trained in road safety, first aid, bike maintenance, customer care, and they're tracked by GPS. The platform manages consumer payments, driver commissions, etc. And passengers, especially in the countries that they operate, a lot of the passengers are big fans of SafeBorder because of reliability. There is standardized service that the riders will provide, visibility on pricing, usage, and online payments. They have a wallet that you can be able to make payments out of. Their biggest unique features, a few things, as you would see, their riders have helmets. In countries like Uganda, it's not something that happens often, and so seeing this has always been fantastic. Not only do they have helmets, but their riders, because of the training and the safety programs they go through, are 39% less likely to be involved in accidents. They're identifiable and trackable, and they're highly, highly trained. So what this does with regards to impact is it makes sure that as a commuter, I'm assured of increased security. As a female commuter, which I think is a whole other level, it's a better travel experience. The women would have reduced exposure to violence and harassment, but less reduced travel risk. And I think in overall, it's better for, personally, I'm a big fan of this, even aside from the work that I've started, the work that I do with Shell Foundation. It makes sure that we can be able to get from one place to another a lot easier, and it makes the experience a whole lot better. This report is not yet out. It's going to come out within the next month. If you'd like to receive a copy of it, if you have any questions, I'm here. Please feel free to reach out to me, but please also feel free to reach out to my colleague. His name is Nick Jones. He's a business development manager, and those are his contacts. I'm happy to take questions because I feel like I've been standing here for a long time. Go for it. Yes, I don't have a microphone.
I'm keen to hear more about that safety that women have with the safe border.
Yes.
Is it that is the data is coming from the few that respond back, or are you monitoring it, or is it an assumption, or is it real? And if it's real, what's the data saying about that safety?
Okay. Is it an assumption? No. Is it real? Yes. So Safe Border, they have GPS. So the consumers that are using Safe Border, especially the female ones, there's research that's been done and data that shows they are a lot more comfortable using Safe Border as opposed to regular borders. The reasons are a few. One, because the riders have GPS. You can be able to track them. So if you have a bad experience with somebody, you can be able to reach out to them. They're trained, so you're confident. If something happens, an accident, etc., you can be able to work with them. You have more confidence. I'd say that, and of course, the helmet is also a really, really big piece of the whole experience. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Professor Mitula, I used to love Safe Borders. They're actually really nice. They're different in terms of the customer experience. They're actually the only borders I've used in Nairobi because, number one, I know the rider I'm dealing with. So in case of safety, because you've seen a lot of borders being involved in criminal activities. So at least I know whoever is carrying me. It's just like Uber, you know the driver very well. And one thing the one thing that stood out for them, they used to have like sort of a shower cap for the ladies. You just don't put on, that helmet is something that they share with many customers. So they used to have sort of a shower cap that ladies can use. And, I thought that was really cool. That's why, but I don't know whether they're still operating. I think they closed down in Kenya.
So
sad.
They don't operate in Kenya. We hope that they will within the next few years, but they're squarely in Uganda and Nigeria right now. But thank you so much for the feedback. I personally also have used Safe Border even before my role in Shell Foundation. My commuter and user experience is driven by how safe I think it is. So for example, I'd prefer Uber versus Bolt based on what my experience has been. So if I've had one bad experience with a player, I'll completely delete the app and remain with another, etc. Any other questions? No? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your attention. And if you would be interested in seeing this report, please let myself or my colleague Nick know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanji. So we're going to move into something a bit interactive and fun right now. I said in the beginning, we have 3 prizes at the end of the day. The first and second prize are a cash prize for the best startups as judged by a panel of expert judges. And then we're going to have a people's poll prize. So if you go to menti.com and plug in that code, or you can scan this QR code, everybody in this room gets to vote on the best startup. So you have between now and the end of the day to vote, and all of the online guests are voting too. And yes, you can send this to your networks and ask them to vote. We don't mind. So what we're going to launch into right now is the startups are going to stand by the exhibit tables, and we're going to do a guided tour of the startup. So each startup will give a few sentences about what they do, and that's going to help you when it comes to voting. So startups, the pressure's on. If you want to win the People's Choice Award, your pitch at the table better be very good. And then after we do the guided tour, we are going to break for lunch. So I invite everyone to stand up. Liflon, our colleague from the CB4 lab, is going to lead the guided tour. If you can raise your hand, Liflon. And we're going to have a camera go on the guided tour so everyone online can also see the tour. So we'll start at where the orange WRI flag is, and we're going to move down the tables. And startups, please assume your positions. And we can watch the polls come in, so we can watch live how everyone is voting. A little bit of competition. All right, and after the guided tour, we'll break for lunch. Lunch is where, George? Do we know? We're breaking for lunch and we're going to meet back here at 1 in the afternoon. So we're not delaying the afternoon session. We're shortening lunch a little bit. Lunch is on the ground floor in the Baraka restaurant. So you go to the ground floor and then you just keep walking east, I guess. You'll see the Baraka restaurant. It's a buffet, and the Liflon has tickets. Yes, so the same person doing the guided tour will give you a lunch ticket. All right, and maybe a little music to make it a little more fun, the guided tour. All right, thank you everyone. Enjoy the tour, and we'll see you back at 1 in the afternoon after lunch. Don't forget to vote.
Okay, so because of time, yes, we'll start from here. So those who want to join us, and I think the camera, I don't know how far it can get here, but yeah, you'll do your best. Thank you so much. We'll start with Zembo as we move. So this is Zembo. Zembo is it's called Zembo Motorcycles. It has an electric bike. That is their business. They import parts of an electric bike, then you assemble then you give them the market. And then their target market is the border. In Uganda, they're based in Uganda, and the target market is a border, that is meaning the public. So just to understand what they're doing, maybe I can ask, what is your biggest challenge in Uganda, venturing the market and all that?
Thank you. The biggest challenge in Uganda right now has been working within the city to build the stations. So one thing that that Shide mentioned that we do is also we build charging stations for electric mobility. So every time we put out bikes on the road, we have to ensure that we have swap stations where they can come and get a new battery whenever they run out of, or whenever they need a new battery, whenever they need new charge. So a challenge has been that there's most of the operators are within the city, and this is where they make the most money. But there's been talks within government to get rid of all bodabodas from the middle of the city. So that's presented us with a bit of a challenge on building stations. We are now avoiding putting any new stations inside in the middle of the city. So we have to put them on, it's still within Kampala, but it's outside of the middle of the city. So that's been a challenge. Otherwise, we have had an uptick of customers. Now we have 200 customers on the road, and with 20 charging stations. And by the end of the year, we should have 50 charging stations and over 300 customers. So we're growing quickly, and we're getting a lot of interest from boda drivers, and we're excited to help them make more money, but at the same time, reduce all the carbon emissions within the city.
How big is your team?
Right now, our team is 50 people, with the majority of them being swappers, people that work the stations to give out the bikes, sorry, not bikes, but rather the batteries. But we're also, again, growing quickly on that end.
Where do you see yourself the next 2 years?
In the next 2 years, we should have over 2,000 bikes on the road. 2,000, yes. 2,000 electric bikes on the road, because by next year, we should have about 1,000. We've really ramped up because we did a lot of tests in the beginning. So we've really found what has worked through trial and error, through all the different learnings that we've done. And now it's about just scaling and moving really quickly, and on the operational side. So it's requiring us to hire people, and we're hiring people about at least one a month, or one person a month joins. So perhaps by next year we'll be up to like 100 people. Yeah.
Any questions?
Just a question. How does the price of your bike compare to the prices of the ICE bikes?
Yes. So the great thing about having an electric bike is you do not need to do any maintenance. The only maintenance you do is maybe once every 3 months, changing the brakes or changing the tires. With that, our price, the ICE petrol bike is 4.8. Our bike is 5M. And again, the main reason behind that is the fact that you have a bike that is not going to be costing you, because for the ICE bike, they change oil every week or every 2 weeks. They're changing oil, you're changing the clutch, you're constantly changing the sprockets. There's so much maintenance that goes behind it. And that's the main, and also of course, the cost of fuel is also not low in Uganda. It's going high. It's going back up to pre-election levels. So it's climbing up quickly. So drivers will see the benefit right away once they get a Zembo bike. Their revenue grows by, or not revenue, but rather the profits grow by 60%. We are completely out of stock right now because of that. They see the bike, right away they come to our office and want a bike. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my name is Harry. You said you have 30 customers?
200.
200 customers?
Yes.
Okay, and you intend to have 1,000?
1,000 by next year. Yes, by next year this time we'll have.
So what advises that kind of growth?
Sorry?
What advises that kind of growth?
What advanced it? In the beginning, there's again lots of testing and failing on the bike itself, the station designs, everything. Where we would move incrementally to ensure we're not bringing in a lot of product that would be failing. But now that we have kind of found our footing and we'll find a product that works well for the customers with less technical issues, etc. We now are saying, okay, let's make all the orders and fulfill and get to, because by this time, we should have had 2,000. That was our goal. We would have 2,000 bikes on the road by this time, but because of COVID, etc., everything changed. Now we only have 200. So we're now making the orders and doing everything that we can do to get to 1,000. And that means, to answer the question, it's just making the orders and getting the team aligned on the ground to be able to service all the new bikes that come in. That's the last question.
I just wanted to know whether you have received any government support in terms of taxes or regulations to support.
Yes. When Zembo was starting, we looked all over Africa to see like what is the best country to get started in. The main reason we chose Uganda, they have a law for solar companies. We're technically operating under as a solar company, but for, of course, mobility and for somebody that uses a lot of the solar energy. So they have a law which allows for the importation of lithium-ion batteries at 0 rate for solar, for the purpose of those batteries being charged using solar. Of course, not 100% because we have a hybrid system, but the majority of it is, especially during the day, is charged using solar. So that's the main reason we chose Kampala. And it's also because they have a lot of boda bodas, and the boda boda industry there is very strong, and as in it has a lot of pull within the government to ensure that it stays operational and it does not lose out or get phased out of the country. I know she had a question. She was really waiting.
Probably the final question from our online audience. Betty Kibara asks whether the company connects e-bike buyers to financiers.
Because I think 3 of them are doing the same thing.
Oh, so hello. I wanted to ask in terms of the battery swapping, what is the competitive advantage in terms of the battery range? How many hours does it take to have a full charge? Yeah.
Okay.
For how long can it go?
Yeah. It takes 2 hours to charge the battery if it's fully depleted, and the competitive advantage for someone that's coming in to get it, it's they don't have to sit there for 2 hours and wait for it. It's already charged there. So each boda technically has 2 batteries to every time. So if we have 200 bikes, we have 400 batteries. Oh, the range, yes, the range can go up to 80 kilometers on a single charge. Up to, yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm from Kiri EV, and we basically do something very similar to them, electric bikes. For us, our focus is more B2B rather than B2C, focusing on, corporates, delivery riders, that kind of thing. For us, we have a wider range of models, you know, from scooters to your more racy bikes and your normal border bikes. Yeah. Team, we're about a team of 5 right now, based on Nairobi, Kiambu Road. We've been slowly expanding the team since January last year when we were founded. We've just come out basically of our testing phase and now into the stage where we're delivering units. So coming next month, we're delivering about 30 units, and the aim is to grow this and have about 300 units by the end of the year. Our target market is B2B. Yeah.
And take on 1 or 2 at most. I think they do the same thing.
Yeah, our specs are pretty much the same.
So the range of your
yeah,
battery,
range, same as these guys. We're also getting about 60 to 80 on the border types. You can get about 100 km on the scooters. Battery size, ours I think is less than yours. Ours is a 72 volt, 30 Ah. Takes 2 to 3 hours to charge. And for us, we have swapping stations that we're setting up, but we also give our riders a charger. So you can go and charge at home. If you don't have the time to charge at home, then you use our swapping stations. Yeah. Cost, so the scooter starts at about 120K Kenya shillings. Going up to the biggest model starts at 150,000. Yeah. No. There's meant to be a 10% zero rated, but that currently has not come through.
what sets you apart in the market?
So one, the wider range of models that we use, and they were targeting B2B as well. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I am Andrew Lema, co-founder and CEO at Easy Matatu. And we are a tech platform that is connecting commuters in Africa to safer, cleaner, and more reliable transportation using existing minibus taxis or matatus that everyone loves to hate. And we are basically working with these existing matatus to provide a much better, more efficient service. We are currently based in Kampala, where we're operating on about 3 routes. And about our target market, we primarily target working class and business professionals, people that need to get to work in the morning, people that need to come back home in the evening. And all our services are accessible through our mobile app. And we also have a USSD code that any commuter really could just dial it and book a seat on one of our scheduled rides and get to their destination as quickly as possible.
Thank you. For Kenyan, maybe to understand this, if you know Swivel, it's almost the same thing. They make the matatu cleaner, more comfortable for the transporters.
Yes.
So what do you have competitors in Uganda?
Yes, in Uganda, I would say our biggest competitors are the normal taxis because they're cheaper, even though they are, dirtier, more unreliable. I would say those are our biggest competitors, but then there are also other earlier stage startups that are doing something very similar. I would say in East Africa, Swivel is definitely one of our major competitors. And yes, they're pretty much doing exactly what we're doing. I guess the major distinction is, we are primarily, working, with the 14-seater minibus taxis, but our platform really is open to, to 14-seater, 30-seater buses, really just to get to commuters safer, cleaner, and more reliable transportation.
Do you have customers at the moment?
Yes, we have active customers. We're operating on about 3 routes in Kampala, doing over 24 trips per day. Across Kampala. So we do have current customers. Yes, so booking is yes, excellent question. So because our target customers are working business people that have to go to work in the morning, return in the evening, we primarily focus on the peak hours. So for example, in Kampala, we have departures from 6:30 a.m. up to 7:30 a.m. And in the evening, we have departures from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the different routes. And the booking is really simple. It's like a 4-step process. You pretty much just get into our app and you find the correct route, basically whether it's a route to work or it's to back home, and you select a pickup point. So we don't come to where you are, but we come to a stage along your journey. So we call those pickup points, and then you select a drop-off point, which also is not wherever you want to go, but really it's a stage along the journey. And then you select the date, the time. You can pay on our platform. So we offer a cashless mode of payment. So if you want to put your money on your phone for the whole week, you can do that and pay immediately. Then also for commuters that don't have smartphones, we have a USSD code. So it's as easy as dialing a code, and you go through the same steps. And the moment you do that, you get a notification, and your matatu comes to your pickup point at least 5 minutes before departure and takes you directly to your destination.
Do you have a wallet that commuters can put like money and then that's over time, or do you take a check payment?
Yeah, so we have a wallet, so someone can put their money, and we have integrations with the major telecos, so you could put your money on the wallet free of charge and just deduct it from that.
Yeah. So my question is, since you are dealing with the working class who move during peak hours mostly, and peak hours are usually there's a lot of traffic, how is your customer experience, since there might be delays, yet you promise them some quick arrival?
Yeah, excellent question. So there are things we don't have control over, like traffic jam and road construction. But then the major thing about Easy Matatu is the moment you book your seat, the matatu is going to pull customers from the beginning of the journey and go directly to its destination. And we have found that saves more than 30 minutes per trip, which could be easily a whole hour per day. When you compare that to the normal matatus, they pick up people at every stop along the way, and you'll find a journey that's supposed to be 1 hour is sometimes 2 hours because of that. So we bring about those time savings mainly because we're going to pull these customers using our platform and go directly to our destination. But when you look at things like traffic jam, we don't have that much, we don't have control over that. Potentially at scale, when we believe we have a lot more matatus, because we believe the way Easy Matatu uses the existing minibuses is more efficient than the way they're currently being used, because they're stopping all over the way, parking in the road, and that's incredibly inefficient. Yet you could simply get customers through a platform.
Thank you so much. Just to say that when we were in Uganda, we used Easy Matatu to move around.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's working. Thank you so much.
Leflon, there's a quick question online for Kiri EV. Someone's asking if you assemble locally, if you manufacture and or assemble locally.
Yeah, we are starting assembly locally from next month.
Starting next month?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So our next startup is Ecoboda. So you can tell us what you do.
My name is Kim Chepkoit. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ecoboda. We are basically in the electric mobility space, dealing with electric bodabodas in Nairobi. We started operations last week through our cooperation with Uber Eats, and we have 5 paying customers, courtesy of Uber Eats, who are doing deliveries in the Kilimani, Westlands, and Ngong Road areas.
Okay, so who are your competitors?
My competitors are Chris
Kiri.
there, Kiri. So we are not operating in Uganda, so I can't mention Zembo. We have Fika Mobility, we have Ampersand, they just moved from Rwanda, and Opibus.
So what sets you apart in the market?
What?
What sets you apart?
Okay, so I come from a background of motorcycle leasing. I used to operate a motorcycle leasing agency. So it's a space I've operated in. I know it very well. And also we have my co-founder is a solar PayGo specialist. He has worked with the big companies, Bbox and Copper. And those are very good complementary skills that can set us apart from the competition.
Great. Just to say something, he recently signed a contract with Uber Eats.
Yeah.
So the bike is already out there. Any question?
Okay, feel free to grab the reflectors.
I wanted to know the experience of the Uber riders that are using your bike vis-a-vis the previous bikes they used to use in the past.
Oh, okay. So we've operated for, this is I think the 10th day. And we have a report, a 7-day report from the last week. And so far we've managed to achieve, say 80 kilometers per full charge. And from what they used to pay, for fuel for that, we've cut the costs on the daily expenditures on fuel by half. Yeah.
How many times does the driver have to charge the bike in a day?
Most of them do it once. Yeah, so it's like 4 of them, because we have 5 guys. So let me just say 4 of them do it once a day, and you find that someone can swap twice in a day.
Great. So so this is the battery, just to know what.
No, this is the charger.
Oh, this is the charger.
Yes.
Okay.
The battery is down here. It's quite heavy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's so heavy.
It's 20 kgs.
20 kgs.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. So this
feel free to grab a reflector, because I can't give you bikes, so they're expensive. Yeah.
So any other question for the computer? That's it. I think we will pick the reflectors.
Okay.
Kim, you made me look bad with giving out reflector jackets. Thank you.
Oh, you can move this side. See. Yes, Michael. You're fine.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kazora from Uganda. I run a tech company called QuickTap Uganda. We're a tech company offering innovative cashless solutions for public transport using near-field communications. We're mainly tailored towards improving the way commuters and all passengers interact with public transport, and also, secondly, improving business processes for public transport owners to be able to achieve sensible return on investment for their businesses. So our process is pretty simple. We have a travel card similar to the MAN 1963. It's called the MICE 62. So we're actually inspired by that name from here. And basically you top up money on the card and you're able to travel seamlessly. We also have a wristband that performs the same role, and a sticker, which is actually on Liflon's phone as well. We have handheld devices that the conductors use to debit these cards or credit them as well, and also the bigger TMVs that are stuck on the bus.
Yes, I see questions on your face. Go ahead. Do you have competitors?
Yes, we do. There's a company called Pebu and Sit and Go in Uganda.
Okay, so you have
in Nairobi. There are quite a number. The Iberia card. There is the Beba Pay, and forgot another company's names.
Okay.
How many people are currently using your service?
We have 600 commuters and 2 bus companies.
Is the solution closed loop and open loop?
Sorry.
Is it an open or closed loop solution?
It's closed loop.
Direct to the point. He's not trying to. So do you have a team?
Yes, we do. We're a team of 10.
Okay. 10. Yeah. Any question for for this payment solution. I think we need one in Kenya. I saw your face. You look like you had a question.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so you will sit down
Thank you.
for more questions.
Looking
Okay,
forward
thank
to
you
that.
so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My name
morning.
is Anthony Ndolo. It's afternoon. Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Ndolo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of SmartBeba. SmartBeba is a Kenyan online cargo transportation marketplace that links cargo owners to truck drivers, offering safe, affordable, and reliable logistics. We've been in operations for the past 3 years, and we're in the revenue stage, having grown our revenue by 24% from year 1 to year 2. And as at December 2020, we had done over 3,000 deliveries, transporting more than 10 million kilograms in the process. And this year, we're looking to expand our foothold into the East African market. Uganda and Rwanda are looking like we're having lots of inquiries from there. So we are hoping to have some significant number of revenue coming from those countries. So our technology platform consists of the website, where clients are able to go and place their orders. We also have the client Android application. We are not on iPhones yet. And for the drivers, we also have the driver application, where they're able to do the KYC process and register before we vet them. And then we also have finally the admin panel, where we are able to monitor all the interactions between the clients and the supply side. Thank you.
Interesting. It's a logistics solution. We have so many of them in Kenya. What sets you apart?
So first, SmartBeba has me. But seriously, the thing is, we have so many, it's a very fragmented market. So it's very easy to say there are so many logistics service providers. But when you largely categorize them onto formal and informal sectors, then you realize in the formal sector, we are probably less than 10 companies doing what you're doing. And in our business, it's a two-sided business model. You have the clients on one side and the truck drivers on the other side. So for us, we do a lot of work in terms of managing the relationship with the drivers and the truck owners to ensure that we're able to troubleshoot any issues they could have before they actually happen. And we also, like I said, we are safe, affordable, and reliable. Reliable is capital reliable, because in logistics, especially B2B companies, they're not really concerned about the price, they're concerned about the reliability. Yeah.
Okay. Who are your competitors?
So in the formal space, we have Cindy, we have Lorry, we have Amitruck. In the informal sector, there are all those many you said. We can't put names to them.
Okay. Do you have a team?
Yeah, we do. We have a team. Of course, because of COVID, we had to scale down from 7 to 5. So currently we are 5.
Thank you.
And the new revitalized regulation. Do you think this will affect your business model?
The way we look at it is actually it's going to make the ecosystem more interesting and more organized. There's a lot of predictability in terms of what's going to be moved by trail, what's going to be moved by road, and we are going to have a lot more streamlining in the road freight transportation sector.
How much do you charge?
From where to where?
What tariff?
So for us, we use 3 factors. One is the weight, the tonnage. And number 2 is the distance that's being covered. And number 3, whether it's full load or less than full load. So basically, that's the approach to pricing.
Are you regulated?
Of course, we are. I'd say from an operations perspective, we're regulated by the Ministry of Transport. And then we have, on the other operations, you have VAT, KRA, and...
Problem comes, are you a tech company or a transport company?
We are a tech company. And that's where we have a challenge. Yesterday, the session that was happening here is very important because we need to be treated, the policies that are there currently do not acknowledge that we have such kind of players that are not necessarily asset owners, but asset aggregators. So we have some work to do on that front.
One of the problems
problems you have with the UTech companies is your system certified? For example, when you collect the money, who has certified that your system works well? Archives of some form.
Yeah.
So you right there, another person
Right.
Then it comes to the market. The consumer may not exactly know. For you, I think it's much better. But I've seen people who collect money, for example, from authorities. So there is, you put in an algorithm that some money goes this side, another goes this side, another goes this side, another goes to the kitty. And the owner may never know because your system is not certified. Nobody has checked it. Nobody regulates it.
So internally, what we've done is the KYC process is very important for us to be able to foresee such kind of issues and fix them before they even happen. So for every truck that we are able to onboard, we actually, the KYC, we have some information we need from the driver for the operational purposes. But then for like the concerns you're raising, we also need to get the logbook, for instance. We must get consent from the truck owner, and payments are primarily done to the vehicle owner unless we are authorized by the vehicle owner to give it to the driver or any other third party.
But if an item gets lost, who bears the insurance?
Awesome. Again, our tagline is safe, affordable, and reliable. The safe there is for insurance. So apart from training the drivers before we give them the work, we also take our own insurance for goods on transit as Smart Beba. And then it's also backed up by the fact that we cannot onboard you into our system if your truck is not comprehensively insured. So we have two insurance policies working side by side.
Is it the load that should be insured, or is it the car?
For us, we take care of the load.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Wow. I didn't see that. I think I don't.
I just tried to, there are a lot of things around that check.
Yes.
We get involved in find there's a lot of information that the consumer may not be aware of as they onboard them, because the regulator has not come in to be able to take care to protect the consumer. They may license, but they don't then protect the consumer. Those are some of.
Thank you. I didn't know there's a lot of.
No, it's perfectly okay. Are you from government? Because I could have a question as well.
Okay.
For us, one of the biggest challenges we have in this space as aggregators is we are dealing, for instance, for our Kenyan market, we are dealing with 47 different counties, and some of them have had, for instance, the collection of distribution permits is done by 47 different counties using 47 different formats. And talking about the consumer, we want to be affordable to the consumer while offering the highest quality available in the market. Our unit economics are under threat sometimes, simply because the cost of compliance is absolutely gonna go off the roof here. So we are still having, like you said, the government is a bit behind in terms of, we need to have more conversations to ensure that such kind of key costs are streamlined, so that if you're coming into the Kenyan market, you know, this is my budget for the 47 counties.
Like
thank you so much.
In Kenya, Central Bank will ask you to deposit 500 million before you do it.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's the regulation.
Yeah, we need to have more conversations with government.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let me just move on. We have Safari Share, and this is Ernest.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ernest Okot. I am the CEO and co-founder of Safari Share. We are solving the problem of every time you go onto the street at peak hours, you find that most of the cars are private and most of them have only one driver. So what we are doing is we are providing an affordable, convenient, alternative means of transport by filling up these empty seats. So we have an app on the App Store and on the Android phone as well, where as a driver, you can advertise your empty seats, and then we link up other passengers who are going to take that same route. So we do this, one for long distance and also for the daily commute.
I just want to point out that while Ernest was talking, his company went up 2 places in the voting. So your pitch has an impact on the popular vote, guys. Everybody watching is voting. So make them shine, Ernest.
Thank you so much. So Ernest is saying they fill up the seats that are empty. And if you have your car, you're going somewhere, you can always go on the app, get guys who are going the same direction. It's not an Uber, it's your personal car. You can do it sometimes or not.
Yes.
So do you have questions? There are many. But
yeah, I mean, you can ask a few. Yes.
So you're collecting, you're asking a private citizen with a vehicle that is not insured for PSV to carry passengers.
Okay, I guess our landscape in Uganda is a bit different. Okay, so like basically, we ask people to join and we verify their phone numbers, we verify their nationality, like using the national IDs, and we verify that they are good drivers using their driver's license. And then we also verify that they have insurance, right? So once they pass all these check marks, then they are able to share their seats with other people, because we see that public transport is not serving everyone, and it doesn't serve the last mile. So we need to use this resource. I would say in Africa, over 10 billion empty seats are driven every year, 10 billion. And I think we have only 1 billion people in Africa. So what we are doing is we are converting these private cars into a means of transport. And we would like to work with all regulators to see how we can make this like something that is acceptable in all countries.
Okay, I had a question on the issue of safety.
Yes.
So what are you doing to ensure the safety of the driver and also for the passengers? So is there a way the people inside the vehicle can share their rides with maybe family, friends, etc.?
Yes. So I would say safety is one of the biggest issues, because we are trying to put like strangers into the same car. So I guess naturally people are going to ask themselves, will I be safe, right? So as I mentioned, we verify people's phone numbers. So that makes it a bit more difficult, like for criminals to join. We also verify national IDs and the driver's licenses. And we also make sure that the vehicles on our app are insured. Then, apart from that, we also track every trip. So like while you are in the car, we know where you are. So if anything happens, we can hand over this information like to the government. But then also, apart from that, we also work within organizations and also within closed communities to connect people within that group, right? So I guess using that kind of work, it means that there's a higher chance that the people who are sharing rides actually know each other, right? So that brings up a much higher level of trust.
Thank you so much. So finally, we move on to the last.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are moving on to the last startup. And this is Hakiza. So you can move closer or good social distance. So this is Hakiza. Hakiza, go ahead. Hakiza.
Yes, Hakiza. My name is Hakiza. And for us, we are offering a ticketing platform for passengers to book bus tickets online. So if you've been to any bus park in Uganda, Kenya, I'm sure you've seen the chaos. I mean, buying a bus ticket is extremely chaotic. You have to, first of all, beat the traffic, and then you have to survive the rowdy pickpocketers and the guys at the bus park. And then even when you're at the bus station, you actually have to spend some more time queuing up and all that. So the idea is that we want to bring passengers online so they can book their bus tickets online. But then to be able to pull that off, we are not just working alone. We're not working in isolation. So we're also offering a B2B platform. So how the B2B platform works is that the bus passengers, the bus owners are being given a point of sale gadget to give to their booking clerks or to their staff so that they can make the ticketing process faster. That is number one. But also number two is that the point of sale gadget makes ticketing very, very transparent, especially in accounting for journeys. Because apparently our research shows, as Ugabus, by the way, that bus owners are losing up to 21% of their revenue. So yeah, as of today, we've acquired 12,000 users on the Ugabus platform, on the Ugabus app. And we've sold over 23,000 tickets on the Ugabus app. And to make the ticketing process extremely flawless in the bus parks, we have decided to now work with people who we call the agents. So how the agent network works is that we recruit these young bus park dwellers, then we train them, and then we deploy them across bus parks. So these agents are dressed the way I'm dressed. And they are identifiable using a unique number on the numbers. Sometimes we give them caps. So what these agents offer is that they offer you a peace of mind as a passenger, that this time around, you are not scared that the guy who is helping you carry the luggage or show you the bus or tell you which bus park, which journey, or giving you the information is a crook, but rather he's a guy you can trust. So we want to actually be able to deploy at least 2,000 of them across the major bus parks in Uganda. And soon we shall deploy this exact solution across East Africa. Yeah.
So are you combining?
Yes. So, yeah, because at the end of the day, it won't make sense if you just buy a bus ticket online and then you still go back to the same chaotic scenes at the bus stations. So we are making this whole process extremely flawless and extremely reliable for the passengers, but also most importantly, the bus operators. Yes, so the agents, number one is that their marketing was a benefit we didn't expect, but yeah, they are marketing. Yeah, but most importantly, we wanted them to handle our passengers when they go to the bus park. Because if you've booked and then you reach a bus park and then maybe there's a bus called Gaga and there are like 10 of them packed, all brand, all white, how do you tell which bus exactly is going to your destination? So this time around, you find a guy dressed the way I'm dressed, and he'll tell you that, hey, look here, this is the bus you're taking. He already has your details. By the time you booked, he received the notification, and it is happening in real time. It's extremely flawless. We've perfected this over the last 4 years we've done it. And trust you, it's an amazing experience if you come to Uganda and you try to use Ugabus.
This is interurban.
Always say Ugabus for now is focusing on the long distance routes, because by the way, in Uganda alone, we have over 2.5 million journeys made on long distance, just long distance alone. And we have over 976 buses moving on the long distance journeys. So if we can perfect it on the long distance, then we shall make it work on the short distance.
So you collect the money, and then you forward the money to the companies, different companies.
Yeah, so how we've managed to pull this off is that we have a kind of understanding or arrangement we work out with the bus companies. Some of them prefer that they still handle their money, while others are okay with us sending them the money at the end of the day. Yeah.
So you collect a lot of data.
Yeah, definitely.
Who owns the data?
Yes, yeah, that is true. That is, it's between up to 10%.
How much?
Up to 10%, not 10, up to 10%. However, you asked a very important question that who owns the data?
Yeah, who owns the data? The bus was mine. I was originally collecting the money and owning the data. Now you have come in.
But if you look at it very closely, I do not think that a guy who is using a pen and paper is actually collecting any data. The only thing they write on those receipts using the pen and paper is the price. Hey, you're going where? Here, 50,000 Uganda shillings. And then he gives you the receipt. He has no phone, he has no number, he has no name. As a matter of fact, if that bus got an accident, they wouldn't know who was on that bus. So this time around, we're making it extremely efficient for them to know that if a phone or luggage remained on the bus, or maybe if a kid got abandoned on the bus, they'll be able to tell that on this seat number, there was this particular passenger, and I think this kid could be for that passenger. So yeah, it's really, really amazing to see how it works.
Has the insurance shown some interest?
It
would be amazing for the insurance industry. And that's what you're selling. You should be giving them free service. And then the beneficiaries from the data.
Wow. Those are some of the things we're looking at, and and I think this is some idea now I've borrowed because, and I will discuss it with my team. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Just while Hakiza was talking, he went up to 3rd place, so that was very good. We're keeping the poll open until 4 p.m. today, so send the link to your contacts. We are now breaking for lunch. After lunch, we have only 2 sessions, 2 activities, and they're both really exciting. The first one, and we're going to start this at 1:30 p.m. It's a panel discussion on investment. So where is the money? And we have people joining us from Siemens Foundation, from Shell Foundation, from Equity Bank, and from the East Africa Infraco company. So it's going to be a really great panel. Please come back from lunch on time, 1:30 p.m. The program says 1, but we're extending it by 30 minutes. And then we're having the awards ceremony. So we have a number of judges who are coming in person to join us, and we need to be on time for them. And they're going to select one of these startups to walk away with 25K and one startup to walk away with 10K. And we will also be hearing from our mentors who have supported the startups over the last 8 months. So thank you, everyone. Keep voting. 1 vote per person. We have no vote rigging here. There's no corruption in this vote. 1 vote per person, and enjoy lunch, ground floor Baraka restaurant. Thank you to the startups for presenting. Le Flon has lunch tickets. But I'll be honest, I had dinner last night without a ticket, so they might not check. She'll be standing by the door, Liflon. If you stand by the tea area, it might be good if you go over there.
I see you came to party. Well, I'm the party like this, dance to my groceries. But on the bodies of my ridings, so I would think someday they go come be yes and this. Usanya na malanga ga kukute, ugazanyi sanga ga kukute. Usanga mechi mame cha kukute, usanga nochi waka sinde cha kukute. And everybody like this, everybody think morning come. And everybody like this, everybody think morning come. Batutuka yomugenga oitabalete byokunywa basajja benga emukyasa bakireta oitabalete byokunywa bakyala benga zinyuma baba zinyuma zinyuma baluganda zinyuma zirikuziriruzanyuma esate zinyuma baba zinyuma zinyuma baluganda zinyuma zirikuziriruzanyuma esate zinyuma. Came to buy it, and you're looking for love in all the wrong places. Shawty, look my way, look my way. And kizidi kata majimbo, nazuka yomugenga, oitabalete byokunywa basajja benga, bemukyusa bakireta, oitabalete byokunywa bakyala benga. What your mama gave you is a gift. Everybody like this, everybody till morning come. And everybody like this, everybody till morning come.
Basically, that means this is me, this is Jane. I left England to go and study chimpanzees, not just any animal, but the one most like us.
Despite easy struggles are behind the scenes. In Bakasai, I keep a line of scheme, and I would rewind it all if I had a time machine. A little extra when I'm in that zone. And right now, y'all rocking with who? And not the peak is where I aim from. You already know. Success is poisonous. So many people ain't hating on us. Open your eyes to the backstabbers. Open your hands to the backwriters. So just like us, foolishness near my crap.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's episode of Living with a Solo Dome. On today's episode, we're going to be making
Give me your number to contact me. Give me your number with the Give me your number to contact me. Give me your number with I am
Glovo is the app that brings you anything you want. Like some crispy chicken, kitaka koji treat. Ama, get your shopping, mara that. Need some diapers? Glovo is here to save the day. Download the app, order at Glovo, and we'll deliver.
How to open doors and connections for your business? If you're an entrepreneur who's just starting out, you know the difficulties in accessing quality partnerships and opportunities for your business. Sometimes it's not what you know, but instead who you know what can make the difference. That's why you find many businesses that fail without ever giving a chance. That's why many entrepreneurs end up paying for networking events and consultants only to be left with nothing. But it doesn't have to be that way. A volunteer mentor can be the only guide and partner you'll need to get ahead in business. Our platform, MicroMentor, has witnessed the success of thousands of African entrepreneurs who were given a chance to access capital, loans, and trade agreements without ever paying a cent. That's the power of mentorship. If you're interested in getting your business the opportunities it needs, then this is your chance. Sign up in the MicroMentor platform in less than 10 minutes, search for a local or international mentor, and reach out for help. Entirely free of charge. Click the link below to get started.
Like a baby kunyanjo, it's a baby, it's a coffee I want. Oh, you like a big it's like a good guy. Oh, I got it every day. I want
Be honest, do you really want to watch a video that looks like this? There's a good reason why presenters use images and visualizations while they talk, because it's what makes people pay attention. With a doodly animation, your audience will pay much more attention than just you speaking to a camera. It looks much more professional. It's incredibly easy, and you just need a one-time, low-cost license.
Hi, I'm Brad Callen, and in this video, I'm going to show you how anyone can quickly and easily create doodle videos, just like the one you're watching right now, using Doodly, our drag-and-drop doodle software that allows anyone, regardless of tech skills, to create highly engaging professional doodle videos in a matter of minutes. Because doodle videos are fun and engaging, they can get you more clicks, likes, shares, and most importantly, sales than any other type of video. Which is why Doodly is now the video tool of choice for over 150,000 businesses all over the world in virtually every industry and profession that you can imagine. Doodle videos are perfect for marketing, teaching, fundraising, personal use, and even inspiring others. After all, one of the keys to a successful video is to capture your audience's attention and keep it for an extended period of time. And since you're still watching this video, you already know how great doodle videos are at doing just that. Not only are doodle videos incredibly captivating, but research shows that they massively boost learning and memory retention. As a result, viewers really absorb your message, making your videos that much more impactful. And even better, doodle videos can make complex or boring subjects fun and easy to understand. So let me quickly show you how simple and easy Doodly makes it to create an interesting professional video. Alright, here I am inside the Doodly software, which is available for Mac and PC. You'll notice that you can choose the style of your video, selecting from whiteboard, blackboard, greenboard, glassboard, and for more advanced users, you can even use a green screen background, giving you lots of control over the video style. In this example, let's create a nice looking whiteboard doodle video. You'll notice
You do a lot of great work in and out of the office, and I'll let you take over from here.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I've been a co-founder in my previous life, a founder and a co-founder in my previous life. And that's why whenever we work with entrepreneurs, it's something that's very personal for me as much as it's something that I'm doing for work. Yeah. And so I'll now go ahead and introduce my panelists here. So we have a panel of different investors who wear different hats. And after discussions with them, they all have diverse backgrounds, with a couple of them also being entrepreneurs in a different life also. So first I'll start with Mara Kobele. Mara is passionate about electric mobility and the circular economy. At Siemens Tiftang, she promotes local value chains, supports social enterprises and visionary startups, and roots for female entrepreneurs. Then we have Natalie Wong. Natalie Wong joined Shell Foundation in 2019 to work across the mobility portfolio with a focus on urban mobility. Prior to joining Shell Foundation, Natalie worked in East Africa, investing seed capital with EWB Ventures. We have Tukam Ngufanke. Thank you, I hope I pronounced that right. Tukam is a principal and venture builder at Persistent, a climate venture builder and VC firm. He helps drive investment and venture building efforts across sub-Saharan Africa. We have Sean Pantoflet. Sean is an investment associate at DOB Equity, an impact-first venture fund with a proven track record in East Africa. He has a passion for early-stage tech-enabled business, as that allows him to leverage his own startup experience to help entrepreneurs create world-changing businesses that deliver lasting impact. We have Beatrice Modoni. Beatrice is a business development manager at Infraco Africa, overseeing development of early-stage infrastructure projects in East and Southern Africa. She has been in the infrastructure and renewable energy sector for more than 10 years and has overseen the development and construction of several projects in various sectors. As you can see, we have a very diverse panel of different investors from different organizations. So due to the limitation of time, I'll just request if Sean is on the line. I'll just check whether Sean is on the line.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes. So we'll start with Sean because I know you have some time limitations. So apologies for that. So for Sean, I would like to ask you, what investment opportunities do you see for mobility innovations in your space as DOB Equity?
I think if we look at the mobility space, we see that everyone is sort of crowding into the e-mobility platform. I think if we look for more impact-oriented and longer-term problems that we can solve, we see things like, for example, if we look at Waterbus, one of our investment companies, we've invested in that because that takes a longer time to generate a longer-term returns. Lots of investors aren't willing to step in that early, and you've seen, for example, that we've been able to connect lots of the islands around Lake Victoria, bring that into the more formalized economy by linking them to the mainland, having kids that are growing up on those islands have a chance to come to the mainland, study, get their parents to put them on the boat that runs on schedule and get them the education that they need. So I think that's where we're seeing specific opportunities to invest, to even double down on those infrastructure plays. And I think another area where we see lots of room for improvement is, for example, on electric bikes, where if you look at Kenya now, you see lots of the bodas, the ICE bodas. I think you've seen there's lots of developments around electric two-wheelers, like what Kiri is doing, what EcoBoda is doing, and what Zembo is doing in Uganda. But there's also actual bicycles, electrical bicycles that, for example, we think that also is a sort of opportunity for investments, where you could then, in, for example, the central business districts where bodas are not allowed to drive, you can get from point A to point B a lot faster, a lot cleaner. You get around all the cars and leading to congestion. So I think those are specific areas where we're seeing potential for investments to come in the longer term.
Thank you very much for your answers. And just to build up on that same question, I'd just like to ask you, based on your experience as a startup founder and now as an investor, how do those two schools of thoughts differ? What are the differences you have seen?
I think the best analogy that I've ever heard, and just bear with me on this, is like, as a startup, you're given a parachute when you're on the ground that's fully disassembled. Then you jump into a plane, and then as a startup, you're pushed out of the plane, and you're just trying to assemble that parachute before you hit the ground. And I think as an investor, that same scenario, you're in the plane and you're thinking, how can I build a better parachute? How do I get to this parachute to be the best parachute that I want longer term to take over the market? And at the end of the day, as a startup, you're trying to get that parachute to work. And as an investor, you're also trying to get it to work. But from the investment, from the startup side, you're just trying to fight that fire and move forward. And an investor, you're just trying to think about the longer play. So where it kind of, where the sort of the friction then comes is that on the investment as the startup, you're constantly just thinking, how can I grow my business? How can I move forward? You're not really thinking about issues such as, how do I get my back office to be fully assembled to work? And as the investment side, what I then find now, speaking to entrepreneurs, it's I speak their language, but then I also understand from the investor side, you need to think about longer term. How do I set up my entire organization to scale instead of just pushing forward without having like a forethought on your strategy longer term?
Thank you very much. The reason why I asked Sean all those questions beforehand is because I know he's limited on time, but we shall be building up on the points that you have actually raised. So now I'll just shift the conversation to my other panelists and back to the first question, and you can also build up on the points that Sean has raised. So for each individual panelist, I'll ask, what investment opportunities do you see for mobility innovations? I'll first start with the ones who are virtually connected. So I'll start with Natalie first. Maybe you could give us your views on that.
Yeah, I think one of the key things about investment in mobility, it really depends on what investment mandate an investor has. Mobility is very broad and there's something for everyone. As previously highlighted by Wanji, my colleague, that there are subsectors in mobility, including tech and software, mobility services, vehicles, infrastructure, and each of them have their own solution types. And I'm going to speak to how we've used our grant on its own, as well as using grant to bring in equity and debt. So for example, where we have deployed our grant, which is the most common instrument we use in terms of verticals, is to prove out business models. For example, Sean highlighted Waterbus. That's one of the companies that we support also, and they're currently raising 2 million and have proved operational break even. They are on track to serve 2 million people and are ready to raise and scale. And the impact is really deep. As he mentioned, like a lot of people don't have access to even an ATM machine or health services. Another area that we have deployed grant into and are increasingly interested in is urban mobility in Matatu, for example, where margins are challenging, but 80% of the trips are still being transported on this mode. Where our grant has come in to unlock equity, on the other hand, we look at the overall ecosystem and see what type of interventions needed. So our grant and equity has gone into intermediaries to help de-risk mobility intervention. So we've supported Persistent, for example, who is also on this panel, as well as Factory, which is another investor to invest in companies. Where we've seen the most commercial interest currently in the mobility space is really, on shared mobility, ride hailing, delivery services. So SafeBoda, which is one of our portfolio companies we've supported since 2015, is currently raising their C round. But we also see mobility investors such as Mobility 54, not just supporting tech-based solution, but also asset financing solution, such as their investment in 4 million into Gende. And just to quickly touch on the debt side, our grant is also used to support a blended finance capital, for instance, to bring in commercial debt in order to bring down the interest rate to support the likes of Max in their asset financing model. So there's a wide range of solutions that investor can support, and I think there really is something for everyone.
Thank you very much for those insights. And now I'll move to Mara. What investment opportunities do you see for mobility innovations?
Yes, thanks a lot, Judith, and thanks, Natalie. So building on what Natalie says, I think it's important to have the different investment places as well as life cycle of startups in view, and then decide where with your portfolio as well with the focus you can invest best. So at Siemens Foundation, we are focusing on the pre-seed area, which means like small tickets, which means as well high risk. We only have grants in our portfolio, which means we can actually deal with the risk, and we're not scared of the, let's say, nitty gritty when it means to sometimes be the first investor of a social enterprise. In the end, what we're really looking for is impact business models, local value chains, team composition, if possible, local founders, a gender lens investment as well. And we just had a e-mobility innovation call open, which was called like e-mobility made in Africa for Africa, which I think kind of already points quite nicely in the direction we are looking at. And like I would say generally in like CapEx intense business as e-mobility or generally mobility is, it's important to see as well where actually grants are still helpful and where they're needed. And we see that especially in R&D, in first batch production, sometimes being like the first client, in testing, like providing R&D tickets for testing, for example, human-centered design, or as well technical testing, there is a gap, and we're filling that gap with our funding and our investment focus. But that being said, of course, we're hoping that our portfolio companies are raising, and that's as well where we invest some time in building, let's say, investment networks to other founders to see, can we kind of partner? Are there possibilities once the companies are, let's say, too big for our portfolio? Is there a possibility to kind of like ease the exit from our portfolio and entrance in another one?
Thank you very much. And also just thank you very much for explaining how you work together with other investors, even when you look at different ticket sizes. Now I'll go to my panelists who are physically present, and I will start with Beatrice. Maybe you can actually comment on the opportunities that you see.
Right, thank you. Thank you. For me, so that I don't repeat what everyone else has said, I work for Infraco Africa. Infraco Africa is a part of PIDGE, Private Infrastructure Development Group. And we fund early stage projects, but we do equity. We are an equity investor. Where we see opportunities in this, we have funded, for example, EcoRent, the Nopia ride. I think the engineer in the morning put it up here as one of the innovations that we've seen. So that EcoRent is one of our investees, and where we see opportunities, I think we can stratify this sector into several sections. We have the assets being the vehicles themselves, the batteries, the charging infrastructure, and then we have the technology. So we've seen a lot of technology, and we are going to see a lot of more in this afternoon, I think, I'm very impressed by these guys, by the way. So we see quite a number of areas that investors can plug in. And what we have seen over time, especially 2019, 2020, there's a lot of synergies between investors. We're working together. Natalie and Mara are not new to me because we have had several interactions with them. And so if, for example, Natalie, for example, they do grants. We build up onto the companies that they have provided grants for. So we're working together, and there's room for all type of investors, those who can take most risk, those who wait for growth space, because I see the sector right now is still quite young, and a lot of grants are coming into the sector. But going forward, there's a lot of equity that will flow into the sector. And then after equity will come debt when we scale up the sector. So there's room for everyone.
Yes, to come. Please comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. We were just chatting a bit about that with Beatrice earlier, but I think from our perspective there, and I think it's really adding on to what others said, there are three broad sort of categories of things we're looking at. I think there's the asset you mentioned, right? And that as well would lump in with energy. So at least particularly in e-mobility leasing companies that are doing that. And we tend to focus on intracity, whether it's two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. everything that is useful in that context. We also look at financial services, right? Because if you think about these things, these are typically very asset, as you're saying, CapEx heavy things. And so that's something that we look at as well, because they're critical to enabling that adoption. And then there's a technology element as well, whether it's in an app, for example, or a platform that enables whether the back end side of things or the front end side of things. So that's typically like when we're going to scan the market, those are the different lenses we're putting on to try to find, engage with people around opportunities.
Yes, I guess I need to give it time to come on. Thank you very much for those comments. And to come, since you still have the mic on you, I would just like to ask you a question regarding the decision-making when you're deciding on an investment. What metrics do you track when you're considering an investment?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. So I'd say there again, throw three broad buckets of things. First is team, right? Because Persistent, we're fairly early stage investor. What that means is that we tend to, when you're investing, you're betting on a team really initially, right? So the team is important for us. The second big one is, what we call solution opportunity. The last one is value add opportunity. If I go back to the team side, what we do there is that we have a preference for locally led or inclusive teams, right? That we tend to like teams that have folks from that particular, country that, are on the team. We tend to like teams that have women on the team, right? And beyond that, we look for folks who have experience, not always full, but some experience in what they're trying to do. And we look at people who can do so quickly and efficiently, right? The second side, around the solution side, we look at fairly early stage companies, right? There are cases where we actually co-found, but we tend to look at very early stage companies. And we look at companies that can have good impact and good potential economics, right? And we're talking about it earlier with BH, that's one of the things that is often tough as an investor, because that's what we call sustainability, is that tension we hold between impact and economics, right? And on the impact side, we're looking at, what are they, what are they solving, right? What value are they creating? Whether it's, especially on the impact side, things that you don't often quantify easily. On the economic side is looking at what value are you creating and how is that being distributed sustainably, right? Because we see cases where lots of value being created, but it's not sustainably distributed. That means that somebody at some point is going to fall out of this, partnership. On the value add opportunity side, again, given that we look at fairly early stage companies, what we tend to try to do then is look at ways in which we can be supported. So we tend to be somewhat hands-on in the early sort of probably a year or two, right? Because one of the things we found is that a lot of the times you have folks with brilliant ideas that can execute fairly well, but there's often a bit of struggle on the financial side of things. So that's when we tend to come in, and that financial doesn't only mean building a model, for example, we can certainly do that, but it's even helping, just think through unit economics, right? That this thing you're building, the value you're creating, are you capturing enough to make your business sustainable? Is the person you're targeting, right, getting enough value to want to do this long term? Or is it going to be, I'm doing this for a year and then once you stop your incentives, I'm out, right? So, and then something that leverages our expertise as well. So those are sort of the three buckets. The team, it's important. It's an inclusive, locally led, ideally, solution that, look at early stage, looking at both impact side, but also on the economic side, hold that intention. And then in terms of where can we add value that could help them get to that next stage where bigger folks like Beatrice can come in.
Thank you very much. It was, so before the panel, we actually had an informal panel between the three of us, actually talking about the tension between impact and economics, which you have touched on. And even now, as I ask Beatrice this next question, I would like you to touch on that tension. And the question is, how do you handle failure in your portfolio? And I know that's a pretty broad question. Probably even it needs to be broken down into what do you define as failure, and then how do you handle it? Yeah.
Right, thanks. So we get entrepreneurs. I'll take you through a journey, especially for the entrepreneurs in the house. You write beautiful pitches. You come to us and sell your company as this company that if you don't invest in us, you're we have to invest in you. So we look at your pitch, we look at your numbers, you do awesome modeling. Most of you have like awesome financial models that make assumptions, some don't make assumptions. And then, so I buy into your idea. So I'm going to invest in your company and I invest in your company. But then from when I put in my money in your bank, what happens? So for most investors, it's a risk we take. That's why we take you through hell and back before you get the money, but it's a risk we are taking the money. I'll give you $1 million, but I'm taking a risk on you. As he has said very clearly, we invest in teams. Right now, your company may not have $1 million asset base to guarantee my investment. It most likely will not have. So you're betting on that team to bring what that teaser you brought to me on day one to fruition. So one of the failures for me as an investor, a failure would be those matrices that he has clearly put out: economic, development, impact, value to the society. If those are not met, for me, that's a failure. So as an investor, as an early stage investor, we want a company to grow and not be a perpetual fundraiser. There are people who are perpetual fundraisers. You've seen them in the market. Especially, I come from the energy space and we have perpetual fundraisers. We want a company to stand by itself. After several number of years, the company should be able to sustain. That's why we say it's a thin line between impact and economics, because at one point the company has to stand on its own feet. It has to pay its CEOs, it has to pay its employees, it has to pay for growth. So if a company cannot sustain itself after some time, it's a failure as an investor. So we see stages in the companies again, early stage. So as we fund growth stage, for us, impact is we are able to exit to a bigger financier who comes in much later with big bucks, like 100 million. You've gotten B-Box and the rest of the companies are now getting $100 million. So if you are able to exit to such an investor, we have succeeded, because the company has grown and people can see value in the company. If your share was worth X today and it has grown 2 years down the line, it's worth Y because of the money I put in you, then I have succeeded. And I have failed if it has not.
Thank you very much for that. Let me just say that we will open this up to questions at the end of the panel. So even as they're speaking and you're getting questions in your head, just note it down. We'll have a short Q&A session. So my next question, I'd like to direct it to Mara. And the question is, what is your top concern when making an investment decision?
Well, Tukam said a lot of great things already. So like we're looking, of course, at the team, local founders, other women, but maybe because, let's say, we deal with grants, so it's maybe not typical investment you're speaking of. So in the end, what we're really looking for, did you understand the problem? Did you understand the market? So for our R&D tickets, we really look at what is your innovation? What's your research innovation question? So what are you actually looking for? So this can be like human-centered design. So we have, for example, at the moment, a company in Tamale in northern Ghana, we're testing cargo bikes and really like letting them test ride women, bakeries, men, young people, old people. So what's the feedback? So if we see that you actually understand the market and you're programming and designing together with the clients, that's really a strong point. And it means as well that the team is respective or is like open for feedback, you know, they're coachable. So in that early stage, I think sometimes it's hard to say. So it's innovation, is the technology, is it a fit of what's available in the market, what is needed? So in the end, I feel with a lot of, let's say, conversations, we do as well these very low hurdle calls and trying really to get as well new players in. So yeah, it's not like the one concern question, but let's say the great projects we supported and the great companies we saw, they all put a lot of focus on market, understanding the problem, understanding the user, and that really paid off.
Thank you very much, Mara, for your answer. And I do understand when you say that there's not just one concern, and I'm sure depending on a case by case, there are different concerns depending on the company that you're looking at. My other question goes to Natalie. What do you expect a particular investment to do for you in your portfolio?
Yeah, and it's so great to have Beatrice and Tukam commenting on the return targets or the exits that they expect in their portfolio. You know, for the Shell Foundation, the heart of what we do is that we're building transformative enterprises and markets that contribute to universal access to energy and sustainable mobility. So for us, what we care the most about is the impact return, right? So one of our goals is to have a target number of companies that demonstrate commercial viability to impact 3 to 25 million people. So the grant is really used to de-risk and prove companies' business models to achieve scale with the support of the likes of Infraco or Persistent. But we're very clear and strict that we want to see the business models that we support, even though we are a grant funder, to be commercially viable and be able to attract commercial capital. So they have to be financially sustainable in their own right. And we don't look to displace equity that can be coming in. And in the process, right now that we're going through in considering our 5-year strategy, when we look at impact, there are 4 key channels that we look at mobility through, which can improve people's lives. And our priorities at the moment would be probably number 1 is to expand the affordable access for low-income communities. And this would mean different things in a rural setting and urban setting. And I won't go too much into detail, but I'm happy to chat more about it after. And then the second is to look at the reduction of emissions. We will also monitor and track health and safety and also gender, but we recognize that a lot of the models that we support, those tend to be a byproduct and a result of the company's actions rather than what the business model is built around. And then quick points on 2 more things that we tend to expect from our companies is that similar to Mara, who's a grant funder, we are really interested in learning, and it's really important for the companies themselves when they communicate their impact to investors and government to promote collaboration and also lessons that are applicable to the development of the sector. And finally, more and more in terms of what we are expecting, we are looking at companies in terms of their pathway towards cleaner mobility. So we will look at companies and their links to energy transition. So it doesn't mean that we only support e-mobility companies. Business models like SafeBoda and Easy Matatu, who's part of this cohort of companies, are interesting to us because the fleet-based model is one of the best ways to facilitate transition to cleaner vehicles when that is available and ready.
Thank you very much for your answer. At this point, I'd like to open up the session to get any questions from the audience, both online and those physically present here. Do we have any questions? So I don't see any hands up going in this physical space. Are there any questions from the online channel? As we wait for questions from, yes, we have one question here.
Usually what we get is some vague answer like page or we don't feel X. It's like the template is set, just set it up. But some honest feedback can also help us because then we know there's things that as an investor you see from the outside that you can't see from the inside of the company. And that would really help us. So what is it we're doing for for someone who actually wants to make a difference and improve their life.
Okay, let me just summarize that for our online audience in case you didn't hear that. So basically he was commenting on the lack, in his experience, the lack of honest feedback from investors he's been getting, or his company has been getting, vague responses, and he said it seems like a template. I will just say that, a template of vague responses from investors. And what he is asking the investors on the panel is, what are you doing to address that in giving honest feedback to startups? So I will first start with the panelists who are physically present, and Tukam is very ready to answer that question.
Part of the reason I'm sort of laughing about it is because I think at least, and I'm sure there's somebody who will prove me a liar or something, but I think that at Persistent, at least my experience is like we've given fairly honest feedback, right? I mean, there was just maybe for three weeks ago, a company we're dealing with where there were things about the economics that didn't make sense. And, we pointed it to them and said, look, this is where this thing is crashing. And they've gone to make changes. And they're on round 2 of those changes, right? The first time around they came back. We still found issues that we thought were significant issues. We told them, and they've gone back to sort of revise the stuff. So I think for us, at least, generally, I would say for the most part, when we've not invested in a company, we've been honest about why we've not invested, right? That doesn't mean, of course, you have to be harsh, right? But I think we've tended to be saying like, look, these are the parts, or maybe this needs more de-risking capital for now, a bit more grants, or that this particular aspect doesn't. But at least my experience this far has been that we try to be honest because we think it's helpful, right, for the startups. And we've had cases where we've had some of the feedback where folks have come back and we've invested because they're like, okay, because again, when we talk about team, part of what we look for is that, I think you mentioned it, right? Just like the ability to be, reflective and making changes. Because I mean, at the stage where we invest, if you're rigid, then, it's very likely that you're going to hit very hard walls and die.
Maybe just to add something, I see Natalie agreeing with that. I totally agree with that. We try and give honest feedback. Maybe you should also tell us that what you've told me does not make sense. Please clarify. But what I think I can say to all investees is, look at investors as partners. Don't look at them as people on the other side of the table. These are people, once you get the money, they'll be your shareholders. These are people who will be in your company, sitting in your boards. So look at them as investors. There's a lot of knowledge they can also pass through to you. So look at them as partners. Feel free, try and not that relationship of government and the people. Feel free to engage the investors. Like if you tell me, as he said, there are people we send away and tell them you need maybe more donor fund for some time until once you get to a certain place, come back to us. And they've come back to us and we have invested in them. So feel free to engage with investors as partners, not like those guys.
I would maybe add something. So I don't know your company, but I don't know how did you apply for investment and what kind of investment. So, these emails I get with like, oh, we are a mobility startup and we look for funding. Those are maybe not so helpful because we do have programming cycles and funding cycles, and we have calls, and some are rolling and some have like a deadline. So if you see us as a partner, it's maybe better to engage and say, hey, do you have any funding projects open? What kind of ticket sizes do you fund? What's like your scope? So I do get quite some, let's say, emails, or we get from Siemens Foundation. And yeah, those get, if they're kind of very general, hello, we look for funding, then you get a quite general response. But I think if it's like, if we know each other, or maybe like, there's like a proper discussion, meeting at some conferences or online conferences, if like the conversation is not just about funding, but maybe about advice before, which like sectors are you in, what are you looking for, then you will get honest feedback, I'd say. So I don't know which company you're from, but I think it's a lot what Beatrice just said, like, no, you're not just on the other side of the table, but it's like, do you fit? It's a two-way street. Do you fit our portfolio? Do we fit your needs as well? So yeah, maybe that's some honest advice.
Thank you for that. Natalie, do you have a comment or?
Yeah, maybe just to add to the broader theme of proactiveness, I completely agree. And periodic updates from companies that we've turned away have been often very impactful. If you're able to not pester with like a weekly email, but maybe once every month or 2 months update and highlight the traction that you've made, that can be quite powerful because it shows that you're able to execute and demonstrates a team. We are not, we don't do call for proposals like Siemens Foundation does. We tend to look for companies much more similar to an investor would. And the updates, like I said, have been helpful. And also just don't be afraid to be proactive in your questions and ask the investors, like how often, like what percentage of your term sheets would turn into an investment? How many deals do you screen every year? Just to assess like what the chances may be. And I think investors are welcome questions and would give you that proper feedback.
Thank you for those comments. I'll now go to George with a question.
Yeah, there is a question from our online audiences, and we are having Emma Stevenson asking, where can investors collaborate to overcome sector-wide barriers to accelerate the adoption of sustainable mobility solutions? For example, in the energy sector, there are many financial intermediaries developing solutions for early stage enterprises to have access to the capital they need to scale up. So what is needed to accelerate scale in the mobility sector?
Who of our panelists can take that? I'm looking at you, Beatrice, but anybody else or to come? Yes.
So I think if you heard when we're introducing ourselves, right, I think that there is, at least to me, even sitting here, opportunity to do more of that, because in many ways we're operating, I think somebody used the word value chain across, different spaces in that, right? For us, for example, we tend to invest perhaps up to $500,000 an initial investment. I was talking to Beatrice earlier, and they said, for them, sweet spot is a lot higher, but they've done something that could be about $1 million, right? Natalie was talking about Shell Foundation and the grants they do. I think it's a lot more, and it's something that I'm saying starting to happen in conversations we've been having around how do we make sure that we are operating in ways that complement our capabilities, right? That perhaps we can come in to do very early stage things, but maybe work more with Natalie because, that helps and maybe keep an eye on the commercial side of things, right? That because we come in on equity, but fairly early. But then when we build something that makes sense, how do we then bring in Beatrice who can do bigger ticket sizes, right? Or maybe the Siemens Foundation at those early stages when we're investing in companies to say, look, we need somebody who can come in to do some R&D de-risking. So I think, again, it's I think historically been a challenging thing. I would agree with that because, when you set up your fund, you just want to invest, you're just running. But I think with time, I think what we're learning is that we have capabilities that are largely complementary. And it's a matter of, I think, talking often enough to operate in ways that, are supporting all those elements of that value chain. And again, getting rid of those barriers, I think, as the question asked. But I think that's work in progress. It's not an easy thing because a lot of organizations tend to have their own DNA, right? And then you tend to take certain things and run with. But I think that, with things like this, you're able to understand what people are doing and seeing where can you guys work together in ways that make sense for your cultures and what you're trying, your mandate.
I'll just add something very, very small to that and say that there's a deal that we are at least working 3 investors in one. It has not yet come to the end, but we're working with other complementary investors because they bring in something else that we do not have, like expertise in the industry. We have the money, but we do not have the expertise. So we bring in somebody who has the expertise in the industry. And then we could also bring in somebody who has, say, expertise in the region. So yes, that is something that has started happening. Yes, so because of time, I'll just stop at that.
Okay, thank you very much. So now due to the limitation of time, we have come to the end of this panel, but I would like each panelist to just leave the entrepreneurs or their fellow investors with one statement for us to reflect on. So I'll start with Natalie.
One thing to reflect on, well, maybe just a point on the previous question. The question was posed by Emma Stevenson, who works at Shell Foundation. So what I'd like to highlight are areas that we do see potential for collaboration. So one is around, because we work with enterprises and we understand the ecosystem barrier. So one is around debt finance is really needed around working capital, especially for capital intensive businesses like EV companies. Like in the room, we have Zembo, EcoBoda, and Curie EV. And then secondly, one of our programs that we have with WRI called 3i Mobility that is targeted at the policy and investment barriers. We're going to be looking at diving deep into enterprise needs and developing appropriate solutions. So we look forward to staying in touch and continuing that collaboration.
Thank you, Natalie. Mara?
Well, maybe one topic to reflect on for the startups who are out there who are not yet successful in securing funding. So yeah, like get in touch, like, you know, don't be intimidated. So I think there were a lot of tips of like, how do you actually approach us as investors? Like, yeah, don't be scared, but don't like just ask us for the money, because normally, you know, there's like impact, there's more that is in as well. So we're not a bank. And yeah, so I think that's like the point, like, look who could be a good partner for you, and then approach us and let's see if we can work together.
Thank you very much. Beatrice?
I'll be very quick. Yeah, I'll be quick. So I'll just say, look for an investor you can work with for the long term. So we bring in money, but look for what else can the investor bring. A lot of investors can bring extra stuff to the table, not just financial gains, like in terms of mobilizing investment. They can bring a lot more. They can help you in your systems, looking at the health and safety, your policies in the company. There's a lot more that investors bring to the table. So work with an investor as a partner, because eventually you become one. So work with somebody who can go with you in the long run. To come?
No, that's a tough question, but I think that just never forget that what you do matters, right? I think that I'm sure the hard days, there are times when you feel like, what did I get myself into? But I think just never forget that what you do matters. It's hard work, but it is work that is worth it. And that's sort of where we try to do what we do. I know we're not always helpful, but that doesn't mean what you're doing doesn't matter.
Thank you very much. I think that's the best note that we can end that session. I'll hand over to Anna.
Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause for the panelists on a very important topic. All right, so we're moving into the grand finale of the event today. And this is the moment when we're going to have our esteemed jurors vote on the best mobility startup in the room. So I'd like to invite all of the jurors to the front of the room and to take one seat. And I will invite my colleague Liflon Omwenga to moderate this session. And we're going to try, some of the jurors have to leave at 4 p.m. So if everyone can do their best, the startup's pitching, and the jurors to wrap up by 4 p.m. and then people can move about their day. And I'm not going to reveal the public opinion poll until after the jury session because I don't want to influence the jurors.
Thank you so much. We've come to the grand finale, and just because of time, I just want to get into it. First, let me introduce the startups. We have 8 startups today who are going to pitch. And they're from different, mobility. They're solving different mobility problems. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they're bringing on the table. And we have mentors who have been mentoring them for the last 6 months. And they're going to have videos where mentors will say something about the startup, and then the startup will pitch. So I just want to tell the judges that don't judge the mentors' comments. Let's focus on the startup. Yeah, but the mentors' comment really will help us just understand the startup, but let's focus more on the pitching. And then we'll have the investors. Most of the investors are online, and maybe at some point I'll give a chance just to know how many investors we have in the room. And then just to give the rules of the game. A startup, you will pitch for 5 minutes. strictly 5 minutes because we have a timer here, just that is running. If you do less than 5 minutes, thank you. But you can do at most 5 minutes. And then we'll have another 5 minutes for comments or questions from the jury. And then we'll have like a minute to move to another startup. So it will be very, very fast. Just keep the pace. So if it's beyond 5 minutes, you'll be stopped. Just so pack your things in 5 minutes. Okay, so that said, I want to introduce our jury. Maybe I'll just give you a mic, you say your name, and then just for the online platform.
Hello. Yeah, there we go. Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Shearer. I've been working with startups, I think, for the last 10 years or so across different incubator and acceleration programs, also involved in a lot of early stage deals, working with local and international investors. I also have a special love for mobility, just because in my current work, where I run Africa's first assistive tech accelerator. That's an accelerator that's looking at persons with disability, is that this is actually one of the pioneering sectors in assistive tech. So glad to be here and looking to hear more from our startups. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Kezia Njeri. I work with Victoria Ventures. We work closely with startups, coaching and mentoring them, and fundraising for early stage businesses. And I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is, when people say good afternoon, are you supposed to respond good afternoon? No?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Harry, and I am an entrepreneur. I am a startup enabler. I am also an angel. So I've started businesses. I've also supported businesses through a program called Demo Africa. And I've also invested in a few startups that are interesting. Looking forward to your pitches.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eunice Nyandat, founder of MBM Africa. I've been in the startup space since 2008, internationally, locally since 2016. Special space for me is the female founders in the startups, and I'm excited to be here. Also been a mentor in the TUMI Accelerator, so mobility is not new to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to make it easier for you, because the startup will be standing here, can you just maybe you occupy this table for the jury so that you can look at the startup as they pitch? Do you think that is a fair way?
Will the slides be up on the?
Oh, the slides will be there.
Yes.
So you're fine because the slides will be on the screen. You can occupy either this or I think that will help. So as someone have, as we do that, I want to recognize the mentors who have worked with the startups for the last 6 months. I want to say that if it were not for the mentors, the accelerator could not be this beautiful. Honestly, they have done the hard job. They have talked to the startups more than we have done. And most of the impact and the changes that we see in the startups, it's because of the mentors. So I want to really, really appreciate the mentors. And we have a mentor online. Maybe I don't know how many mentors are online, but I know Giles is online. Maybe just you can say a word on behalf of mentors. Giles?
Yeah, we're giving them a mic.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll move on so that we. Okay, Giles, you can hear me? You can turn on the video and just say a word on behalf of our mentors. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So Giles, you will let me know when you're ready. And just to know how many investors are in the room, we can start with those who are here physically. How many investors are in the room? He's an investor and a judge, so you're in trouble. Definitely.
Does future count?
Pardon?
Does future investor count?
Yes. How many investors do you have in the room? Thank you so much. Most of the judges are investors. That's a beautiful thing. Maybe on the online platform, how many investors do we have? You can just put on your mic and say something.
Raise your hand.
Or you raise your hand, and then the IT team can help me know how many have raised their hands.
I think there's about 4.
There are about 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we have almost 8 to 10 investors in the room, and that's a good number. Because of time, let me invite the first startup, Smart Weber, come and pitch. Your mentor will say a word, then you pick up the pitching. Easy Matatu. Yes. So Easy Matatu. So Giles is on. Giles can say something. Then we'll play the video. So Giles, you can unmute and say something. Okay. You can play the video.
Giles, can you unmute?
Can you unmute, Giles? Okay, but he sent a video. I think we can start by playing the video. So go ahead with the video.
Hello, I'm Giles Bailey, and I'm based in London in the UK. And along with
So which one is it? Easy Tax? Easy Matatu or Smart Weber?
Maybe we take this time just to share what the judging criteria are, so the startups know. So can I see your scoring sheet? A lot of criteria. So each startup is going to be judged by the following criteria. clarity of the problem statement, the problem solution fit, diversity and complementarity of their team, profitability potential, sustainability, scalability, addressing lower segments of the society. So who are you serving? Your MVP and your innovativeness. And we can assure you that none of these judges know any of these companies before this event today. So there's no prior relationships or kickbacks going on here. So with that, do we have the video ready? Do you, Bernard, do you know anyone at the table?
I don't know any of them.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to kick off with your pitch and Giles will say something afterwards. Okay? All right, welcome.
Yes,
Feel free, feel free.
Yes. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Lema, co-founder and CEO at Easy Matatu. Easy Matatu is a tech platform that is connecting commuters to safe,